Orders of the day.
Privilege, resuming consideration of a motion respecting a question of privilege and on the amendment of Mr. Garrettson.
Thank you. The floor is free, and the honourable. Oops, I've got to read this first. Before I even get started on this, it's my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Blakely, member for the electoral district of Elmwood, Transcona, by resigning effective Sunday, March 31st, 2024.
Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, the Speaker has addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
And like I said, the floor is free. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone here sends their best to Mr. Blakey and his family. Now, Mr. Speaker, just before the 2-week period where we were in our constituencies, we had been discussing this question of privilege. And I'd like to say at the outset that the NDP was upset by the fact that Mr. Firth had not responded to questions when he was asked at the Government Operations Committee to answer questions. He refused to do so. And that is something that is unacceptable in our Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That is why we find it important that Mr. Firth come to the bar of the House of Commons so we can ask him questions. And now, Mr. Speaker, what is problematic, I think, is that the initial motion didn't set out all of the procedure on how we could question Mr. Firth. The Conservatives offered something that was a bit of an empty shell. It didn't explain how we would proceed. Last time we used this process was in 1913, Mr. Speaker. 1913 was a long time ago. It's before we had simultaneous interpretation in the House. It's before we had microphones in the House. Before we had television, of course. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not acceptable that with the Conservatives, there not be a framework for this. And that's why the NDP attempted to hold meetings of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee during the past 2 weeks, because we thought it was important to provide a framework for this issue. Mr. Speaker, for now, we don't have that framework. There are discussions ongoing with leaders in the House, and I'm optimistic that we will find an agreement, which is important. At the end of my speech, Mr. Speaker, if we don't have that framework, I will put forward what the NDP will contribute to the debate. But we find that it's important that Mr. Firth come to the bar. But second, Mr. Speaker, we saw an amendment from the Liberals just before we rose for those 2 constituency weeks. And this amendment is not acceptable either, because it sets out a period of a few weeks before we come back and we have the opportunity to question Mr. Firth. So on the one hand, we have a total lack of procedure from the Conservatives, but from the Liberals, we have too long of a period. The NDP wants something that would shorten that process if we don't reach an agreement by the end of the day. Because it's important that we ask questions, Mr. Speaker. The fact that it's cost so much money to taxpayers means that we need to set out this period to ask questions. It's extremely important. And also, Mr. Speaker, to say that someone who was before a committee, and I'll explain in a few minutes, in other committees, how we've managed to require answers and obtain answers In Mr. Firth's case, he refused to provide answers, which are extremely important for the committee and for Parliament and for Canadian taxpayers. The fact that Mr. Firth didn't respond calls for a response so that he is obligated to provide those answers, to provide answers to all of the questions asked.
$60 million is a lot of money. And the ArriveCan app is a controversy that we have been struggling to get to the bottom of. And our representative on government operations, the Member of Parliament from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, has done an extraordinary job. When you see all of the articles that have come out about ArriveCan, the questions that he has been asking have been questions that everybody asks. We have seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, these kinds of scandals. I remember under the Harper government, the ETS scandal, which cost Canadians $400 million because it was a majority government. Mr. Speaker, there was no opportunity for parliamentarians to get those kinds of answers. It was basically shut down. In this case, in a minority parliament, this $60 million charged to taxpayers needs to be fully investigated. And the fact that Mr. Firth appeared before the Government Operations Committee numerous times and refused to provide the answers that are so important for Canadians to obtain is something that does. As you have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in your ruling, just prior to us rising for the 2 weeks in our ridings, the fact that you saw this as a question of privilege, that this is showing a profound lack of respect to parliamentarians. But it's not the parliamentarians that count. It's a profound lack of respect to Canadians. Right. When a witness comes before committee and refuses to answer those questions, it is our obligation to put in place a process so that those answers are obtained. Now, Mr. Speaker, we support the question of privilege. We support the idea of bringing Mr. Firth before the bar of the House of Commons to oblige him to answer those questions that are so relevant in this scandal, as it was relevant under the Harper Conservatives and the ETS scandal, $400 million that just basically disappeared. The fact that in a minority parliament we have the ability to do this is fundamental, Mr. Speaker, and that's why New Democrats believe minority parliaments simply govern better, because there is more of that ability to get the transparency and to get the answers that so many Canadians are asking for. So we have a $60 million scandal. We have the owner of the company, GC Strategies, the half owner of the company, coming before committee, refusing to answer questions, including from my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, that were relevant and pertinent and extremely important overall. And yet, at the same time, we have, Mr. Speaker, if you perhaps just ask my colleagues to order, I would appreciate that.
Order. I know there's a number of conversations going on in the chamber, so I just want to make sure the ones that are as close to the honourable member speaking would maybe take their conversations outside or try their best to speak as low as they possibly can. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So this is extremely relevant. We need to bring Mr. Firth before the bar, but we need to do it in a way that is structured, not a free-for-all. Now, in 1913, we did this at a time when we didn't have simultaneous translation in the House of Commons. The French language was not recognized in the way it is today. We didn't have microphones. We didn't have television. In all of those evolutions over the course of the past century and more, we have put into place a variety of procedures that help to carry the message and the discussions that we're having in the floor of the House of Commons right across the length and breadth of this land. Now, Mr. Speaker, the idea that the Conservatives had simply to put it in front of the House of Commons, but without any sort of framework, we can't agree with. We agree with the principle of bringing Mr. Firth before the bar. We don't agree with the idea that it be done without any sort of structure, and that's why my colleague from London Fanshawe really pushed to have meetings of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee over the 2-week time when we were in our constituency so we could have a framework in place. And that hasn't happened yet, Mr. Speaker. Now, there are discussions that, amongst the House leaders, who are all honourable colleagues, and I'm hoping that we will come to a resolution through the course of the day, and that is a good thing. But the reality is, if we don't come to those discussions, if we don't come to that resolution about putting a framework in, the NDP is then faced with what we saw originally, a motion that didn't provide for any sort of procedural process for Mr. Firth to come before the bar, and then the Liberal amendment that essentially puts it off for a couple of weeks. And given our House calendar, it would actually be a month delay before Mr. Firth would be brought before the bar of the House of Commons. That's not acceptable either, Mr. Speaker. And so what the NDP would do, if we can't come to an agreement, is shorten both periods. So give Procedure and House Affairs a very short period, 4 days, to come up with the procedure so that we can have Mr. Firth before the bar next week. And shorten the period that the Conservatives were asking for, in their motion, it's a 3-day period before Mr. Firth is convened. We would shorten that to 48 hours. So in both ways, Mr. Speaker, we would be putting in place that framework, doing it in a short time frame that is required, given the extent to which Mr. Firth was uncooperative to government operations, and ensuring that Mr. Firth comes before the bar and provides those responses that are so vitally important. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is not a process that has been used often. Since 1913, we haven't seen somebody brought before the bar to answer questions. We had the president of the Public Health Agency who was brought before the bar to be admonished. This is a step up in terms of procedural complexity in ensuring that Mr. Firth can provide those answers that Canadians are looking for around the ArriveCan app. And this allows us to get to the bottom of things in a way that we were not able to with the ETS scandal under Mr. Harper, the hundreds of millions of dollars that was wasted at that time. Because of a majority at the time, the Conservatives simply did not want to get the answers that Canadians were looking for. Now, in a minority parliament, we have the ability to get those answers, Mr. Speaker, and that is fundamentally important. Mr. Speaker, the role that the House of Commons plays and the powers that we have are extensive. It is unfortunate that often with majority governments, we don't see those powers exercised in the public interest. And I mentioned the ETS scandal as one example of that. But with the ArriveCan app and getting to the bottom of those questions, we have the ability now in a minority parliament to decide as members of parliament to convene Mr. Firth before the bar of parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm familiar with another example where it didn't come to that. And it didn't come to that because the people who were convened, subpoenaed before committee, were actually understood the importance of responding fulsomely to the committee and to not try to hedge or stonewall for any protracted period of time. And I'm referring, of course, Mr. Speaker, to the Hockey Canada scandal and the Canadian Heritage Committee. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I reference this, last Saturday night I was fortunate to be the keynote speaker, the guest speaker for the Burnaby Minor Hockey Association in Burnaby, BC. And they wanted to know about all of the details around the Hockey Canada scandal. Now, Mr. Speaker, you recall that Hockey Canada was convened following the horrific revelations of sexual assault in the spring of 2022. The Canadian Heritage Committee, and all parties agreed to this. It was an all-party agreement. This is, I think, one of these times in the moment in parliamentary history where that consensus showed parliamentarians all working together in the public interest. On June 20th, Hockey Canada was convened. Scott Smith, the former CEO, and other members of Hockey Canada, and they were asked to answer questions, and they stonewalled committee. But further revelations came out, Mr. Speaker. For example, the fact that there was a national equity fund that was being used to provide funding not for supporting the growth of hockey, but rather to pay off with non-disclosure agreements many of the victims of horrific violations of sexual and physical nature. And the fact that that information came out after that appearance on June 20th, it meant that the Canadian Heritage Committee then reconvened those same witnesses on July 27th of 2022. And at that point, we asked for and received answers that allowed us to identify that National Equity Fund had actually identified 20 victims and had made payments to 20 of those victims. Now, Mr. Speaker, there were further revelations following that meeting on July 27th. And you'll recall on October 4th, we convened Hockey Canada for a third and final time. We had that ability as parliamentarians to do that. It was an all-party consensus. We subpoenaed, we demanded that they come and demanded that they answer questions. And they were forced to reveal the information not only of the National Equity Fund, but also the Legacy Fund, which was a second fund which used the funds of hockey parents across the country who scrimp and save to put their daughter or son into hockey, sometimes $1,000 a year. It's a lot of money. And yet those funds directed to Hockey Canada were spent in a very inappropriate way. All of that came out on October 4th, Mr. Speaker, and you'll recall on October 11th, the entire board of directors of Hockey Canada and the CEO, Scott Smith, all resigned. That is an example of parliamentarians coming together in a unanimous way in the public interest to assure that answers are provided to Canadians. What happened with Mr. Firth at Government Operations is the opposite. He has been convened a number of times. He has simply, systematically refused to answer the questions. Why? One can only speculate, Mr. Speaker, but in the example of Hockey Canada, it was because answering those questions fulsomely ultimately led to the demise of the CEO and the board of directors. The fact that they were making those decisions were untenable. And that's why it is so important that Mr. Firth be convened before the bar of the House of Commons, be obliged to answer those questions, whether or not they reflect on himself, whether or not he is concerned about somebody else. For whatever reason, he has refused to answer questions that are absolutely fundamental. It is important for Canadians to get those answers. And it is important that we exercise the powers that we have as parliamentarians. Speaking with one voice, as I believe all members of Parliament will support this question of privilege, provided that we have the right framework. And hopefully we will be able to, working with the government House Leader and the House Leader of the official opposition and my colleague from La Prairie, working together, we can come up with a framework that makes sense in terms of how we structure this somewhat historic precedence, not used since 1913, extremely important to use today. And that is why putting in place that structure is so fundamental. Canadians were shocked by the Auditor General's report, shocked about the $60 million. We've had a number of members of Parliament, the member from Edmonton-Griesbach, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, have all contributed to the important work that government operations and other committees have undertaken to get to the bottom of this. But when we have an uncooperative witness, it is difficult to get the information that Canadians need to have. And that is why this motion today, with, if needed, an NDP sub-amendment that cuts all of those the procedural times considerably so that we can do this as early as next Wednesday, is an important step forward. And provided that we have all of that consensus, we can move forward with alacrity and we can move forward getting the answers that Canadians are looking for. Monsieur le Président, c'est...
Mr. Speaker, this is something that is extremely important. If we want to get answers, if we want Canadians to be able to get the answers that are being asked to GC Strategies about this ArriveCan app, then it's very important that we all work together during the day There will be points of debate raised. People are going to ask questions. Obviously, there will be a debate, but we hope to reach a consensus one way or another in the end in order to put in place a procedure that is so unusual that it dates back to even before we had interpretation in the House and even before television, and obviously before microphones as well. People simply had to raise their voices to be heard, which was easier for some people and more difficult for others. So all of those things must be taken into account, and now we need to modernize the procedure around that, but especially, Mr. Speaker, especially, we need to summon Mr. Firth to hear his answers to the questions put to him so we can get the true information and be transparent with all Canadians so that they can draw their own conclusions around this scandal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect those that will be following the debate can appreciate that the government is just as anxious as any other political entity inside the House of Commons in wanting to get answers. And I think that we have seen a great deal of transparency coming from the government towards ensuring that there is a higher sense of accountability. The question that I have for the member is, as he's familiar with the amendment that was proposed by one of my colleagues the other day, it talks about PROC, and we're not saying that it has to be PROC. We're very much interested in regards to how it is that the House itself best ensure that there's a sense of that accountability and that members' privileges by individuals that come to committee are in fact compelled and being straightforward and more honest with the committee members. I think it's a fundamental necessity in terms of our parliamentary system. And if the member could just provide his thoughts on that aspect, the parliamentary success at being able to deal with issues of this nature, it depends on honest, straightforward answers coming from committees, and his thoughts in regards to that.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And there's two parts to it. The first part is putting a framework around how Mr. Firth comes forward. I think there's unanimous support for this. Parliament rises to the occasion. It certainly did in the Hockey Canada scandal that I mentioned. I think it is here as well. I think there will be an all-party consensus to convene Mr. Firth before the bar. And I would hope that we have a consensus around how to do it. As I mentioned in my speech, the NDP, the member from London Fanshawe, tried to convene Procedure and House Affairs so that we were actually ahead of the ball, and Procedure and House Affairs could have presented a framework for how Mr. Firth would appear. That didn't happen, but I'm hopeful that discussions today will lead to that agreement, unanimous agreement, on how to structure it. Where I think I would be in disagreement with the Liberal amendment is the period of time. 10 more days. In real parliamentary terms, that puts off for the month. I believe, and I think all members agree, we need to do this as quickly as possible. I'm suggesting next Wednesday, and I believe we can meet that. And this is something that would allow us to get those fulsome answers that the member is speaking to. I think we all want the answers from Mr. Firth, and this is the way to achieve it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the key concerns that was raised by the Auditor General in the ArriveCan report was the lack of documentation. The Governor General herself, or the Auditor General herself, said that the most surprising thing for her was the complete lack of what she didn't find. She didn't find documentation. She didn't find copies of contracts confirming this. But the other thing that's come out of this investigation is the idea and the concept of double dipping, where public servants, active public servants, are also securing contracts, sometimes with the departments they actually work for. And last week at Public Accounts, we heard from CBSA, who said that yes, they had contractors working for them who were also public sector employees, but couldn't really give us an answer. So I want to know if the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, shares our concern about double dipping and whether we need further answers from the public service on the number of double dippers in the public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague who I've worked with before for his questions. The concerns around double dipping is something that the member from Courtenay Alberni, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley have raised and raised repeatedly. That is a concern. There's a broader concern as well, and that is the extent to which we are with a dedicated public service, people who are very qualified in their positions, that do terrific work on behalf of Canadians, and yet we are increasingly contracting that out, and that's certainly something that started with the Harper government, has continued under the current government, and seems to be increasing every year. And what we see with that is, I believe, and the Auditor General, I think, has pointed to this, often money that ends up going to the corporate sector when it should be more properly invested in building the kind of public services that Canadians can depend on. We have a public service that is incredibly dedicated. I think the member would agree with me on that we show people each and every day that are profoundly loyal to this country and put in enormous amounts of time and effort and contribute to their talents and labor to the country. Well, why are we farming out those functions that should be properly done by the public service to corporations that often are inflating their prices, and we are not getting value for money for the taxpayer? I thank my colleague for his question.
Monsieur Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Cowichan Malahat.
Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, for his intervention today, and particularly for highlighting the ETS scandal of the previous government, a $400 million scandal, which dwarfs this current one by a factor of 6 times. And I think it's important to underline that because the Conservative Party likes to just look back 8 years, but during their time in government, they demonstrated quite clearly that they were just as capable of running roughshod over basic principles of parliamentary democracy and basic accounting principles and fairness and accountability for taxpayers. I mean, he was here during that time, so he has a first-hand account knowledge. And I'm glad during his previous intervention he touched on the problem that this government and many governments have had with consultants. We do have a dedicated public service, but we have all of these consulting firms that are really acting like vampires, leeching off billions of dollars every single year for items that the public service, a very dedicated group of people, could do. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is I was hoping my honourable colleague could expand on that a bit further, because this is obviously a systemic problem that both Liberals and Conservatives have had to deal with and have not properly fixed. So does he have any ideas on what an NDP government would be able to do and the principles that we bring forth when dealing with this very important issue on behalf of taxpayers?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to just sing the praises of my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford. He has been dogged and determined in every role that he has taken on to ensure that Canadians get value for money, and that Canadians get the services that they really deserve. And I wanted to congratulate him. He's been our longtime agriculture critic, and also has been fighting the good fight against corporate CEOs that have been dramatically inflating food prices as our food price critic, and has just been named as public safety critic. So he's now got 3 hats, but I know that he'll perform each role extraordinarily well. And coming back to the issue of food price inflation, I know that we've seen both with Liberals and Conservatives their tendency to rely on lobbying and their refusal really to call on the big supermarket chains for the grossly inflated food price gouging that is taking place. And I know that he's played a preponderant role in fighting back against that. In BC, of course, Mr. Speaker, we have a expression, liberal Tory, same old story. And tragically, the ETS scandal, which was one of the most egregious scandals in Canadian history, was never really fully investigated because Conservatives had a majority. Now, I think it's fair to say Liberals have been in a minority parliament, more amenable to getting to the bottom of the ArriveCan app, and this is really important. It is 60 million, it's not 400 million. It is still important. Every $1 million that is misspent is $1 million that can't be spent on services to provide support for seniors and for families with kids and a wide variety of people with disabilities. We need to ensure that we are effectively using our resources. And this is where my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford hits the nail on the head. More and more, we are farming out money to corporate consultants at massive expenditures. And we see this when the corporate sector takes things on. We see wildly inflated prices. We see this with food price gouging. We see this with gas price gouging, 30-cent a litre increase over the last few weeks, unjustified. But because there's only a small number in British Columbia that actually provide gas to the market, they can do it with impunity. And he asked whether an NDP government would do differently. We're not beholden to lobbyists, unlike the two old parties. What we believe in is absolutely ensuring that the public gets the best possible services and the best possible supports, including consumer support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding to the next speaker, I just wanted to make mention that on Friday, one of my old colleagues, the Speaker of the Nova Scotia Legislature, has decided to announce her retirement. So I just wanted to wish Carla McFarlane, Nova Scotia's first female Speaker, a happy retirement and for the hard work that she's done for Nova Scotians in the beautiful riding of Pictou West. Resuming debate, the honourable member or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to kind of approach today's privilege in a couple of ways. First, to deal with just the seriousness of what it is that's been raised over the last couple of days. I like to consider myself, first and foremost, as a parliamentarian, someone that truly believes in the parliamentary process, Mr. Speaker. You know, Winston Churchill often talked about how difficult at times things can be in a parliament, but at the end of the day, I do believe, as he believed, it is the best system in the world. And when I think in terms of what it is that we do here in Ottawa, it's not just what takes place on the floor of the House of Commons. We have a number of standing committees that meet on an ongoing basis, doing a lot of great deal of positive, encouraging work quite often, not all the time, but quite often, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, and through that doing a great service to Canadians. The NDP House Leader made reference, for example, for the groceries and the price of groceries, and as a government, how much concerned we are on the issue of affordability for Canadians. And one of the reasons why we wanted the groceries, the Big Five, to go before a standing committee. Standing committees is a wonderful mechanism and can be utilized in many, many different ways. Whether it's budgetary issues or legislative issues or issues of interest of a particular standing committee, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's put this thing into a perspective of what had taken place during the pandemic itself. When we had the worldwide pandemic, the Prime Minister made it very clear to all Canadians that we would have their back going through the difficult time of a worldwide pandemic. And there was a great deal of money that was being spent, of tax dollars that was being spent. And you will find at the beginning there was virtually unanimous support for the government on a good portion of that expenditures, Mr. Speaker. We have arguably, I would definitely argue it, the best civil service in the world. We were able to put into place programs such as CERB, to provide disposable income for Canadians in every region of our country. We were able to develop programs such as loan subsidies, wage loss programs, supports for seniors, supports for individuals with disabilities, supports with organizations that were helping Canadians through a very difficult time during the pandemic. There were literally hundreds of millions going into billions and billions of dollars that were being spent, Mr. Speaker. That's a whole lot of money in ensuring that the civil servants and the contractors and the places that we were acquiring the products from, whether it was vaccines to masks, so that Canadians' interests, their health and otherwise, our economy, were actually being protected, Mr. Speaker. And an overwhelming majority, vast majority, I would argue well over 95%, was actually done in such a manner in which we can all take a great deal of satisfaction in terms of how it is that the Government of Canada stepped up to the plate, and ultimately, by doing that, Canada was one of the first countries to really not only get out of the pandemic in a pretty decent shape, but also rebound, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in which we've seen well over 1 million jobs that have been generated that are higher than the pre-pandemic levels, Mr. Speaker. And that's because we had the backs of Canadians. Now, when you spend that kind of money, and when you have to develop those types of programs, one could anticipate that there is going to be some mistakes. And we have before us an excellent example where there has been abuse, Mr. Speaker. So we now have, through ArriveCan, a high level of interest from members on all sides of this House. I'm concerned about it, and I'm a Liberal. All members are concerned about tax dollars, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, if you read the member from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes speech, you would think that it is the Government of Canada, it's the Prime Minister and the ministers' 100% fault, and that's where the blame, and they like to tie the word corrupt to it, Mr. Speaker. If you read his speech, I would argue that he does a disservice to the House. And let me give you a good example of that. I wanted to talk about the ETS scandal that the NDP House Leader had raised, Mr. Speaker. The ETS scandal, for those that are following the debate, we need to appreciate that within the civil service there's protocols and processes that are put into place to protect the taxpayer. There's nothing new there. In fact, Mr. Speaker, not only did we have those type of protocols in place, so did Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. And what you'll find is that those are put into place to protect the interest of the taxpayer, in fact, all Canadians, not just the taxpayer, all Canadians. And what happens through the ETS scandal, that had taken place in and around that 2007 period of time, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking there, through public services, a contract again, in the tune of $400 million. I liked it when the NDP House Leader made reference to the fact of a majority government under Stephen Harper versus a minority situation that we are in. In a minority situation, you have to have a majority in order to get things through. It doesn't mean that we're not interested in getting accountability, whether we had a minority or a majority, Mr. Speaker. I think the interest level is still there, but I think it's a good comparison to look back at 2007. Where were the Conservatives back then when they had a $400 million, and using their words and the words at the time, a $400 million scandal? There was one company in particular had thousands of dollars in bid rigging fines. That was a Harper scandal. And I guess if I stood up and I just said Harper scandal, Harper scandal, Harper scandal enough in hopes that that gets portrayed, I think it's a little unfair, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly. I do believe there should have been a public inquiry on the issue, given the very nature in terms of what had taken place. When you get some companies being literally fined thousands and thousands of dollars, and there's admission of bid rigging, well, I think there is some justification. But the Prime Minister at the time rolled over it. Well, here's the reason why I want to bring that up. Because if you take a look, not that long ago in our history, because the current leader of the Conservative Party today was actually the Parliamentary Secretary for Treasury Board during that $400 million scandal. Imagine the leader of the Conservative Party today, who's being critical of the government today, was responsible, at least in part, in Treasury Board as the Parliamentary Secretary, and chose to do absolutely nothing on $400 million. $400 million back in 2007, Mr. Speaker, is worth a lot more than $400 million today, I can tell you that much. Take a look at the overall expenditure in terms of contracts back then to today, and take a look in terms of what we were doing during the pandemic, and that's when this issue came up as a direct result of the government genuinely concerned in providing the types of services that are necessary to have the backs of Canadians, and then they find this issue in which we want to get to the bottom of it, and we will get to the bottom of it, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, the lead critic, the leader of the Conservative Party, feels that he can go out and about saying, here's a $60 million scandal, and trying to tie it directly to the Prime Minister. I would suggest that the member is living in a glass house, Mr. Speaker. He should go to the washroom where he might find a mirror and take a reflection in terms of what did he do when he was Parliamentary Secretary of Treasury Board, when those are the individuals that provide the rules, at least in good part, to ensure that things of this nature don't happen. What did he do, Mr. Speaker? I would love to hear Conservatives talk about the ETS scandal and remind the House in terms of what it is that their leader of the Conservative Party did and what was his contribution. Now, I did not get the chance to look over Hansard for back then, Mr. Speaker, but I would not be surprised if you had the Conservative leader of today saying no to any form of looking into the matter at hand, that he supported it going through the court process, no doubt. Now, I don't know that for sure, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I have not gone back into Hansard. But based in terms of what I have seen, time and time again, and Hansard will reflect that, how many times I stood in the chamber and I said that the Conservative Party's sole focus is not about Canadians, not about having the backs of Canadians. It's about character assassination and looking for bumper stickers for votes. That's the Conservative Party of today, Mr. Speaker. So, if you doubt what it is that I'm saying, read what the member from Leeds and Granville had to say, and Thousand Islands had to say in terms of when he's talking about this privilege. I think that what we should be recognizing is, unfortunately, sadly, at times, even though, as I said earlier, we have arguably the best civil service in the world. Many countries around the world come and look at Canada in ways in which they can duplicate many of the wonderful things that our civil servants provide to our citizens. But there are some bad apples, and we see that every so often. And at times, unfortunately, it leads to a substantial cost to the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker. And then the issue becomes, well, what are you prepared to do when that information becomes available? Well, what I have seen is a government, at least in good part, wanting to get to the bottom of the issue. Whether it's the individual ministers, whether it's the many different caucus discussions that take place, the debates that take place, whether it's here on the floor or inside the standing committees, I can tell you that the interest is there. That's why when I posed the question, and I started off by talking about what I believe is a parliamentarian and the importance of the institution. When you have a guest that's been invited to come, or someone's invited to be able to provide testimony before a committee, the expectation of every member inside the House, all 338 members, should be that the witness will tell the truth, that the witness will avoid the games. We all know politicians will play the games in committees, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, we want to ensure that those that are coming before the committees are providing nothing but the truth, Mr. Speaker. And there is clear evidence that that has not been the case in this situation. So what is it that we should do as a House? You know, the motion, as I indicated earlier, you know, the government is genuinely open to how it is that we can best resolve the issue. Unfortunately, once again, this is costing taxpayers a great deal of money, and we want to see justice to the issue, Mr. Speaker. So it goes beyond even the issue of the day to include where we go from here. The last time something of this nature was brought up was over 100 years ago. And as has been pointed out from the Democratic House Leader, we didn't have the modern chamber that we have today. And it is important that you afford an opportunity for questions and answers if you're calling someone to the bar in a situation of this nature, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why, ultimately, what we're looking for is a way in which we can ensure that there is strength in precedent that we are setting. So whether it's for tomorrow or 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, that we have a process, a much more modern process, in order to ensure the importance of our standing committees and the House itself, Mr. Speaker. So I want to see Mr. Frith to the bar. I want members of Parliament to be able to ask questions and feel confident that those questions will be not only answered, but the answers would be truthful, Mr. Speaker. You're saying I only have a couple of more minutes, a few more minutes to go. Mr. Speaker, I would argue, and I'm going to miss you, Charlie. No, I'm sure I shouldn't say that. Mr. Speaker, it was the odd heckle, what can I say? Mr. Speaker, I just want to emphasize that at the end of the day, unfortunately, things of this nature do take place, and there is a need to have corrective action, and that's what we're looking for. On the issue of contracting out, for those that are following the debate, all legislatures, every province, all political parties, whether it's the national government, provincial governments, rely in part on contracting out. We all have mechanisms in place, protocols, and so forth that need to be followed. And when there is a violation that takes place, there has to be a certain level of comfort in knowing that there's going to be accountability for what has taken place, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which I want to see, I know the government wants to see, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we look to you and hopefully the House leadership teams of the respective political parties, maybe to come up with some sort of a consensus. Let's put the Parliament and the interests of the Parliament ahead a lot of the politics. Even given my earlier comments, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we can do that. We need to start on this particular issue, focusing in how we can improve the system. Because I can tell you, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that things of this nature have happened in the past, and there is no absolute guarantee to prevent them in the future, but there are actions that we can do to ensure that any future non-compliances or violations can be marginalized or minimized. And that is something in which I'm very much interested in, because every tax dollar is an important tax dollar from my perspective. And at the end of the day, the expenses that the government went through during the pandemic were well justified, and that is even recognizing that some of that money hopefully we'll be able to get back, Mr. Speaker. Other aspects, I think that Canadians as a whole have been a benefactor because of a government, and I shouldn't just say a government, because we did have the support of other political entities for much of that expenditures that we put forward during the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to speak.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's kind of confusing to me in a way to hear the parliamentary secretary talk about, you know, perhaps moving this into different areas. It was in front of a parliamentary committee. The parliamentary committee exercised its obligation and its will to get to the bottom of what Canadians are now seeing as a significant and gross misuse of public funds. And public opinion is in agreement with that, Mr. Speaker. So failing the fact that even during committee and the obligations of committee members to get to the bottom of this and the privilege that they've exercised in committee to get to the answers, we heard that Mr. Firth didn't respond. And so what was the next step? It was an unusual step. It was a historical step, and that is to ask the Speaker to rule on a point of privilege. The Speaker did. And now the expectation is, based on not just the debate that we're having today, but also the ruling of the Speaker, that we will have Mr. Firth come before the bar. I'm not as confident, perhaps, as what the honourable member is, that we're going to get to the bottom of this and have Mr. Firth answer questions, unless he is brought to the bar and he's answered those questions directly. So my question to the honourable member is, does he feel parliamentarians on that committee exercising their obligations to have those questions answered is best answered here in the House of Commons, as Mr. Firth would be called to the bar, or would it be back at committee?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I would look at it in the sense of the broader issue, and ultimately, Mr. Firth has not only insulted a particular committee, but all members of the House of Commons. by the actions that he has taken. I think there is a great deal of merit, and I suspect that Mr. Firth, it's only a question of time before he will appear at the bar. The real issue is how do we design or have a mechanism that ensures that when we have Mr. Firth at the bar, that it's not going to be a wasteful venture, that we can ensure that we're protecting the parliamentary institution, and we're getting a higher sense of accountability on an issue that we are all concerned about. As I pointed out in my comments earlier, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that there were many parliamentarians that would have liked to have seen a different level of participation in committees when there was a majority government back a number of years ago during the ETS $400 million scandal. But in a majority situation, it was actually quite different. Today, I think that we have an opportunity through the Speaker's chair to ultimately develop a process that would do the Parliament and the institution a service.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Torres de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to make a comment about the situation with ArriveCan. I'm wondering if the government right now, Mr. Speaker, raised their indignation if they had and the opposition before the AG raised that there was an issue, that there is a devastating impact on management. When I hear the parliamentary secretary who says that we want to strengthen and improve the system, does the parliamentary secretary and his government, Mr. Speaker, through you, have they set aside money in the next budget for this rather than putting money on affairs that don't concern them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government very much supports the initiatives and thoughts that are coming through the AG's office, and I would be very surprised if there were not already some actions being taken place to protect the taxpayer, looking at the ArriveCan issue and how it is that we can learn by it and look at ways in which we can ensure that there's justice, a sense of justice for our taxpayers. But again, I would emphasize that we have to put it in, when you take a look at the overall contracting out that was done, you have to put it in the perspective of time. There was a great deal of money that was being spent, vast majority of it supported by the Bloc Party, because we wanted to have the backs of Canadians in every region of the country. And unfortunately, there was things at times that went wrong, and the ArriveCan is an excellent example of that. We need to learn from that and to fix the problem. It's not the first time that we've had something of this nature take place. I made reference to the ETS scandal, $400 million, and at that time, the leader of the Conservative Party, who was the parliamentary secretary to Treasury Board, chose to do nothing. So we are taking action, and we will see more justice on the issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's often the case in the House when we get into these debates regarding scandals, we're always talking about people and particular situations, but I would put to you, as I'm sure my honourable colleagues, the members from Barrie Innisfil and Brantford would attest to, that at our committee, particularly at Ethics, we're seeing a very troubling trend. We've seen the same trend and witnessed it at the Emergency Act Review Committee, where people have seemed to lost the seriousness of our ability to call for people, evidence, and documents. And in fact, I would put to you, this Liberal government has been one of the least transparent governments in recent histories. You only have to look at the way they use secret orders in council and redactions and all types of other things, Mr. Speaker. And in an age where our democracy is undermined, our institutions are under attack, where conspiracy theories and misinformation and disinformation run rampant, it is safeguarding our democratic institutions and indeed our parliamentary privileges to call for people, to get evidence, to do the work of our standing committees. So I would like, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, who uses his parliamentary privilege, probably more than most, to speak in this House, to reflect upon and to comment on why this particular instance, this egregious refusal to provide testimony at a committee, given how serious the nature of the allegations are, how that not only undermines that committee, but in fact the collective parliamentary privileges of all standing committees, indeed all parliamentarians, and as reflected on in earlier debates, the Canadian public at large, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess if I had the opportunity to sit down with some wise people to talk about how it is we could reform our standing orders, one of the standing order changes that I would love to see would be how parliamentary committees need to work more on a consensus basis as opposed to a hard vote. And the reason for that is there is a completely different attitude in a majority situation versus a minority situation. And I suspect that, in minority situations, opposition will often work together on issues that ultimately, as I point out, you have to be aware the conservative leadership in that regime have been on character assassination since our current Prime Minister was first elected back in, I think, 2014 as leader of the Liberal Party. Take a look at even when we were a third party and the criticism that went over towards there. Character assassination has been their primary objective, and a lot of that objective is carried out through some of the standing committees that take place. And that's why if you really want to see more positive outcome out of standing committees in a modern era, I think we need to look at how you build a consensus as opposed to hard votes.
Well, apparently, one very short last question from the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. A very short question.
It seems like the Honourable Member is very confused because just a moment ago he talked about how he enjoyed minority settings. So this idea of consensus, Madam Speaker, I think is completely irrelevant to the discussion because at the end of the day there needs to be accountability out of government. There needs to be accountability at our committees by the public, by people providing testimony. So my question through you to the Honourable Member, does he not agree that in minority settings, accountability, the checks and balances in place need to be protected by our parliamentary privileges so that people like Mr. Firth can thumb their nose at Parliament and stick it to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very briefly.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think in certain situations like we have with Mr. Firth that we can build a consensus. And there is a consensus. Everyone is saying that we want to have the individual at the bar. But I think the member underestimates the importance of recognizing majority versus minority. All I do is refer to the member even to my home province of Manitoba. I can talk about the Crocus file and other files. There's a difference in majority.
We are way out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a moment, I'll speak more specifically about questions of privilege in this place, but I want to start off more broadly about the privileges and the rights of this institution. Indeed, Madam Speaker, our House is founded on centuries of precedent, and that precedent is interpreted and applied by the protector of this House, the Speaker of this House. And so before I go into the details of my speech, I do want to rise and pay tribute to the late Honourable John Allen Fraser. Mr. Speaker, Fraser passed away this Saturday at the age of 92, but he served in this place for more than 2 decades and served as Speaker of this House of Commons from 1986 until his retirement at the 1993 election. I note this, Madam Speaker, because Mr. Speaker Fraser was the first Speaker to be elected in this House by secret ballot. He was elected by secret ballot after the 1986 report of the McGraw Committee, which made its recommendation, a committee, I might add, that worked on a consensus basis. Mr. Speaker Fraser served as Minister of the Environment prior to being Speaker and as Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in the early days of the Mulroney government. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I join all Canadians in expressing our condolences to the family and loved ones of Mr. Speaker John Allen Fraser. Now, Madam Speaker, before us today is a question of privilege. Now, questions of privileges are often like solar eclipses. They don't happen very often, but here we find ourselves today debating one on the same day. I want to begin by thanking the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes for bringing forward this important question and stating that I will be voting in favour of this motion, but not in favour of the amendment moved by the Liberal government. For more than a year and a half, this House and multiple parliamentary committees have been seized with the ArriveCan scandal, or as it has come to be known, Arrive Scam. From the first indications of concern in 2022 to the damning Auditor General's report in February of 2024, week after week, meeting after meeting, new evidence has been slowly unveiled that shows a pattern of deceit, cover-up, and potential corruption. We know that through an opaque network of contractors and subcontractors, the costs of ArriveCan were slowly driven up, and that a small group of select people enriched themselves while performing little to no work. We don't know yet exactly how they achieved this or who within government assisted them. One of the reasons we do not know all the details is because there was such an apparent lack of documentation and accountability. So few records were found by the Auditor General that they were unable to determine the exact cost of the app. Indeed, the $60 million figure we've been citing could even be too low. We just don't know because, as the Auditor General herself said, what was most surprising about her audit was what they didn't find. They didn't find the documentation to confirm the work that was completed. And we know who benefited, Madam Speaker. A company of two people operating out of a basement, GC Strategies. And Madam Speaker, just this past week, last Thursday, April 4th, at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, we were told by the multi-billion-dollar multinational firm KPMG, who I might add have 10,000 employees, they were told by a senior government official, not to contract directly with the government, this multi-billion-dollar firm, 10,000 employees. They were instead told that they must work through a two-person company that has no IT experience. We learned, Madam Speaker, that KPMG was paid $400,000 for the work they performed through GC Strategies, and that GC Strategies themselves took $90,000 on top of that. A $90,000 bill that went to GC Strategies for no IT work performed. Yet we know that these two people, operating out of effectively a shell of a company, have done all they can to avoid the accountability for their actions and to deliberately mislead Parliament, committees, and all Canadians on this issue. That is why the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, more commonly known as the Mighty OGO, reported to this House that, quote, the committee was unable to ascertain certain facts about Mr. Firth, who repeatedly refused to answer questions. The OGO report goes on to state, quote, additionally, some of the witness testimony provided by Mr. Firth was called into question as being misleading or false. As the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes rightly pointed out, Mr. Firth has on several occasions refused to answer direct questions when he was asked, and refused to answer and has been caught providing misinformation to Canadians. One specific issue is that he has refused to disclose whose testimonials are on his website. The website quotes senior government officials giving glowing reviews of GC Strategies, but yet Mr. Firth has, as of yet, refused to indicate who those senior government officials are. Madam Speaker, this House cannot and must not tolerate the disrespect and the degrading of the authority of Parliament and its committees. Witnesses who are summoned to testify must answer questions truthfully and not withhold information that is duly requested. Madam Speaker, as the member for Thousand Islands, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes thoroughly explained on March 20th, there is a long and vital history, both within Canada and in its Westminster counterparts, showing that a refusal to answer questions before a committee is indeed a contempt of this House. And as much as I enjoy referencing and quoting from previous speakers' rulings, from Boskin-Gagnon, from Beauchene's 6th edition, from the powers of Parliamentary House to send for persons, papers, and records, and indeed from Erskine May, I will indeed spare the House from once again hearing me repeat some of the passages that have already been quoted by other members. But spoiler alert, Madam Speaker, I will in a bit quote from Sir John Bourino, one of the older authorities in this House dating back to the early part of the last century. I will, however, point out that in the 8.5 years that I have had the privilege and honour of serving as a Member of Parliament, I have found that on far too many occasions this House has had to deal with breaches of parliamentary privilege, including the rights of the House collectively or the rights and immunities of individual members. Far too often we have seen those rights and privileges violated. And the slow erosions of the rights and privileges of Parliament is not a small matter. It is indeed an absolute threat to our democracy. I would recall, Madam Speaker, that on June 17th, 2021, in what turned out to be one of the final days of the previous Parliament, members of all three opposition parties made the wise and appropriate decision to pass a motion on a question of privilege. With the passage of that motion, we called the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to attend the bar of the House for the purposes of receiving, on behalf of the agency, an admonishment delivered by the Speaker and delivering up documents ordered by this House. That motion was an important step in pushing back against the loss and disuse of the powers and privileges of the House of Commons. It is unfortunate that 147 Liberal members of Parliament voted against that motion. Moreover, I would also point out, Madam Speaker, that when the federal agency at the centre of that scandal, the Winnipeg lab scandals, is also at the centre of this scandal today, the Public Health Agency of Canada. There is clearly a problem with the governance and accountability of both the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Canada Border Services Agency. Everyone responsible, including cabinet ministers, public servants, and outside contractors, must answer for their actions or inaction related to these scandals. Madam Speaker, I would recall for this House some of the testimony that we heard from senior government officials at the Public Accounts Committee, including the President of the CBSA. The President of the CBSA stated that they just didn't know who approved the ArriveCan application. They just didn't know. It reminds me of an old Saturday Night Live sketch in which O.J. Simpson was going around the golf course trying to figure out who was the real killer. Madam Speaker, the President of the Canada Border Services Agency just couldn't tell the committee who approved the ArriveCan app, despite being the President of the agency and having full, unfettered access to all documents and people within the agency. It is simply mind-boggling that that was the testimony we heard. We also heard from the President of the CBSA that she couldn't find any evidence of the company Deloitte being in, quote, that penalty box. Well, Madam Speaker, once again, it is not shocking that she may not have been able to find the written evidence, but there's no question she could have talked to the public servants within that agency to find out the reasons why Deloitte was in the, quote, penalty box. Now, perhaps, Madam Speaker, some of the emails may no longer have existed because we know now that one of the key central players in this scandal had deleted permanently all of their emails. And we learned last week that to delete emails is, quote, surprisingly easy. Another dark mark against this institution. And then as well, last week we heard from the CFO, the Vice President and CFO of the Canada Border Services Agency, who indicated that there was as many as 6 or 7 outside contractors who were also employed by the Government of Canada. But then when pressed for further information, he waffled, and he actually gave 4 separate answers to this very simple question. I think he thought that the British sitcom Yes Minister was an instructional video rather than the comedic genius that it actually was. But 4 different answers to one simple question, and never once did we actually get the truth to the question of double dipping within the Canada Border Services Agency. Now, Madam Speaker, there is before this House an amendment that I frankly believe would lessen the importance of this motion. Nearly 3 years ago, we heard from the Winnipeg Labs document, and that motion was passed. Now, it is clear that the amendment as proposed by the Liberal member for Kingston and the Islands, who serves as the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal government, that this amendment must be disregarded. Indeed, when this were this amendment to be passed, it would not only belittle, but would also lessen the seriousness of this situation and ignores the importance of the rights and privileges of parliamentary committees. And, Madam Speaker, it would significantly delay meaningful accountability on this matter until May at the very earliest. I believe strongly that the supremacy of this House of Parliament must be preserved. And by sending this off to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for as long as 2 weeks, we will once again delay accountability. We must uncover the truth, the whole truth, and as they say, nothing but the truth. And that is what the original motion intends to do, and is why we must pull back from the amendment. Now, Madam Speaker, I recognize that the act of calling a person to the bar to be admonished by the Speaker and to be compelled to answer questions that a person may previously have been unwilling to answer is a very rarely used power for Parliament. But I strongly disagree with the member's argument that this is a reason not to use these powers. To the contrary, the rarity of this motion shows just how unacceptable the actions of Mr. Firth and GC Strategies are. Now, Madam Speaker, just because an action has not been used recently, there is no question that it is nonetheless appropriate in this House. As promised earlier, I will now cite from Sir John Bourino's Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, 1916. And for those following along around at home, it is pages 70 to 74. And Bourino writes, and I quote, "A witness who neglects or refuses to obey the order of the House will be sent for in custody of the Sergeant at Arms. Any person refusing to obey this or any other order, or aiding any witness to keep out of the way, may be declared guilty of a contempt of the House and brought before it in custody, that he may be dealt with according to its will and pleasure. Witnesses who refuse to answer proper questions will be admonished and ordered to answer them. If they refuse, they may be committed until they express their willingness to answer." And again, that is from Sir John Bourino. But that is not the only authority, Madam Speaker. I would also draw your attention to Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 4th edition, 1958, at citations 329 and 330. Beauchesne's 2nd edition, at citation 701. And of course, Erskine May 18th edition, 1971, at page 672. I won't read those into the record, but I know honourable members will go seek out those citations later today. But, Madam Speaker, it brings us back to the fact that while we may not have used these powers in the past or in recent times, they are nonetheless important to the matter at hand. The fact that these extreme powers are used only in extraordinary circumstances should serve to express and underline the seriousness of the situation we find ourselves in. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I remind the House that the report from the OGO Committee was a unanimous report of all members of this House, and it was concurred in by this House unanimously. What is also often referred to as the grand inquest of the nation will only be effective if we can receive the answers that are needed. To choose not to pass this motion is to choose to not exercise our powers in this case. It would be choosing to willingly weaken this House as a democratic institution. I do not accept that option. Madam Speaker, based on the evidence collected thus far from committees in Parliament and by those outside of Parliament, including journalists and other accountability mechanisms, it has been clear that GC Strategies has used individuals within the federal public service to wrongfully win government contracts and to enrich themselves while performing little and, in fact, no IT work for the Canadian people. The system of bidding and contracting between these groups and organizations and the federal government has become so corrupted that this two-person firm was able to decide on the contract conditions for a contract that, surprise, surprise, they ended up winning. This organization even uses the name GC Strategies to stand for Government of Canada Strategies and to grant themselves a fake sense of authority and legitimacy. As committee meetings have proceeded, these two individuals, Mr. Firth and Mr. Anthony, have been uncooperative, evasive, and in fact, dishonest. On multiple occasions, they refused committee summonses and invitations, and only appeared most recently before the OGO committee on the threat of arrest by the Sergeant at Arms. Only when the Sergeant at Arms was ready to place these individuals under the arrest by the authority of Parliament did they finally appear before the House. And when he did eventually appear, Mr. Anthony was at worst evasive and at best completely oblivious to the business of his own firm, despite having the titles of partner and chief security officer. He let on that he knew very little about this company of which he was a partner. And when Mr. Firth eventually appeared, he was again uncooperative and frankly dishonest. Mr. Firth refused to answer basic questions, including whether he had lied to a parliamentary committee before, whether he had lied about meeting government officials outside of government offices, and he refused to tell members of Parliament the names of the public office holders with whom he had met outside of government offices. He refused to tell members the names of the government officials he worked with to get over 100 contracts. He refused to tell members which senior government officials gave endorsements on his company website. And he lied about providing hospitality to government officials. Here we are, Madam Speaker, with key facts still being hidden. The people's representatives in this place must be able to hold this government and its contractors to account on this web of deception and fraud. We need to know who else benefited from this scandal, how it was allowed to carry out for so long. Madam Speaker, Canada is a parliamentary democracy. The powers invested in this House derive from the Constitution Act 1867, and the duly elected representatives in this House must be able to get the information needed to uncover the truth as we pursue our role in a parliamentary democracy. When an individual does not comply, he or she must be held to account. That is why Mr. Firth must be called to the bar of this House to be admonished by the Speaker, and he must be required to answer the questions that Parliament needs to get the truth behind the ArriveCan scandal. I urge this House to quickly pass the motion in its original form rather than with the delay tactic that was introduced by the Liberal government. Madam Speaker, I commend these thoughts to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the government's been fairly clear in terms of recognizing that what has taken place in committee is not appropriate, and ultimately seeing Mr. Firth come before the bar. So I think it's important for us to establish that, as opposed to the Conservatives trying to give a false impression. The question I would ask for the member proper is, when he starts making the accusations about this government, I'm wondering, and tying it to a scandal, I'm wondering if he could reflect on the ETS scandal, $400 million. His own leader of the Conservative Party was the Parliamentary Secretary for Treasury Board, ultimately responsible in good part for it. Does he think that his leader of the Conservative Party should have done more when he was in an opportunity to do more to deal with issues such as we are debating today?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So if we're going back nearly 18 years in history, let us remember what the very first action was of the former Conservative government. Bill C-2, the very first bill introduced by the Conservative government in 2006, was the Federal Accountability Act, an act that directly came as a result of the Liberal sponsorship scandal of the previous Liberal government. That is the action that the former government took to root out corruption, to root out third parties getting rich off of government contracts. So we'll take no lessons from the Liberal on actions to root out corruption, because the first thing that the former Conservative government did when they came into power was to put into place the Federal Accountability Act, something that previous Liberal government failed to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been around the House for a number of scandals. I remember Jean Chrétien's golf balls. I remember Brian Mulrooney's bag of money in a brown paper bag in a motel room. I remember Nigel Wright's $90,000 secret check to Mike Duffy to help pay off whatever. Wow. But the issue about what we do at committee is vitally important. We do not have the power to find guilt, but we have the obligation to get evidence and to present it to the House to make a finding. And so when we're told, and I've sat on committees where we've talked about issuing subpoenas and summonses, and while these are tools we don't rarely often use, the government doesn't like us using these tools. They should only be used very rarely, but if we don't use them ever, we lose those tools. I would like to ask my honourable colleague, given what we've seen of the refusal of these witnesses to present and respond to the fair questions, this would seem to Democrats to be a good time to use this tool. Does my honourable colleague agree?
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Timmins, James Bay, for his question. And I might add and wish him well. I know that he'll be around for a little bit longer, but do wish him well on his announcement of his forthcoming retirement from active politics. But I'm sure he'll be involved in other ways. To his question, though, he is right. If we do not use these more unique and more rare tools that this House possesses, they do fall into a pattern of disuse, which is why that we as parliamentarians must exercise them when the need arises. And this is a perfect example of when that need has arisen. We have witnesses who have shown themselves to be uncooperative at committees, have shown themselves to be unwilling to attend committees when they've been summoned, a very strong power, and have only attended when they were threatened with arrest by the Sergeant at Arms. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very clear example of the necessity of using this rarely used but nonetheless legitimate tool of this House of Commons to call Mr. Firth before the bar of this House to answer questions on behalf of parliamentarians and through us on behalf of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his discourse this afternoon. One of the things that he talked about was the decline in democracy and the diminishment in Parliament. We all recall in 2015 how the Liberal government and Prime Minister at that time, the Prime Minister who became Prime Minister, said that this was going to be the most open and transparent government by default. We've found since then that nothing has been like that. In every step of the way, and he talked about the Winnipeg lab scandal, where they actually called an election so that that information would not come forward. Madam Speaker, my question to the honourable member is if he can speak on the decline and the diminishment of this Parliament and the power and supremacy of Parliament under this Liberal government.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you I thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his excellent question, and I might add the excellent work that he is doing as chair of the Ethics Committee, which is working overtime these last number of months to root out scandal and corruption. But he talks about the decline in democracy and the challenges that we as parliamentarians face in getting information. The concept of open by default, the concept that we should be able to see the documents, see the information of what this government is doing is almost laughable now after over 8 years. The ATIP system is broken. We see examples of years upon years of individuals waiting to get what should be fairly simple documents from this government. We see committees being given the runaround when asking and requesting fairly simple information. We see this across the board in all aspects of parliamentary life, where parliamentarians who are sent here to do their jobs are unable to do them because of the lack of information. So open by default 8.5 years later is closed by default, and we are not getting the information that we need as parliamentarians to do our job.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Nunavut Bay James. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have to remember that the Conservatives created GC strategies by giving millions in contracts to these CEOs, according to the Journal de Montréal. So how can they make recommendations now and, what's more, attack us without any valuable reasons at the bloc? even though they didn't ask questions in the beginning.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Abitibi James Nunavut. I'm not exactly sure what the Honourable Member wants to know, but I would like to say that this party, the official opposition, we want answers from GC Strategies. We need to know what GC Strategies knew through this government. We have to know who in the government helped GC Strategies to win millions in contracts from this government. So we have to find out what these facts are. And as the official opposition, we will continue to ask for answers from this government.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in response to my question, the member indicated, well, you know what, when Stephen Harper, what he did, first thing, brought in the Federal Accountability Act, Bill C-2, and he was very proud of that fact. Then, Mr. Speaker, a couple of years later, the current leader of the Conservative Party, then Parliamentary Secretary of the Treasury Board, he's at least in part responsible for a $400 million scandal known as the ETS scandal. Look it up. You'll see it's true. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if he would reflect on that and say, well, maybe his leader of the Conservative Party made, a real big mistake back then, Madam Speaker. But my question is, I'm wondering if the member would agree that we should be focusing, contrary to what I just finished saying, a little bit more in regards to the bar question, and that is a good thing.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me first say I do agree that we need to focus on the issue of calling Mr. Firth to the bar because we need answers. But he brought up the member from Carleton, the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition. Let me be very clear about where the member from Carleton stands here today. He stands on axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. Those are the issues that we in the official opposition are committed to, and that is what the leader, the member from Carleton, will deliver for Canadians in the next election, whenever that next election may happen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to address the House today and always. Madam Speaker, yesterday, Common Sense Conservatives announced our demands for the upcoming federal budget. We called on the government to axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form. We called on the government to build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money. And we called on the government to cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. We said the government must find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending. These were the three common-sense conservative demands for the budget: axing the tax on farmers and on food, building homes, not bureaucracies, and instituting a dollar-for-dollar rule. And of course, conservatives in government would go further to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Under this NDP Liberal government, we see how spending is completely out of control. Under this Prime Minister, Canada will spend $46.5 billion this year to service the debt. That's more than the federal health transfer. The government is spending more servicing the debt than the federal health transfer.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, when the budget comes out, the member will be provided a wonderful opportunity to talk about a budget. It'll be coming up very soon, very, very soon. But today we're actually debating about an individual, yes, Mr. coming before the bar.
The Honourable Member knows there's a lot of leeway in how we introduce subjects. I am expecting the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan to get to the heart of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know, Madam Speaker, the member opposite is enthusiastic to hear the rest of my speech, and I invite him to hear it now. The Prime Minister is responsible for $46.5 billion this year in debt servicing costs. That is more than the federal government will transfer in health care. Astronomical amounts of money. being given to bankers and bondholders for this Prime Minister's out-of-control debt. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Now today, as the members pointed out, we're not debating the budget directly. We're discussing a question of privilege that relates centrally to government spending, to how this government spends taxpayer dollars, and the controls or lack of controls associated with that spending. And the point I want to emphasize is that this scandal, this ArriveCan scandal, is intimately linked to overarching questions about how taxpayer dollars are spent. The government spent $60 million and counting, as far as we know, as far as the data was available, on the ArriveCan app, $60 million. But that is a drop in a much larger ocean of contracting out to government insiders. The ArriveCan scandal is illustrative of this larger problem of abuse, corruption, at best, extremely generous contracting out that leads to so much waste of taxpayers' dollars. The government will try to convince people that all of their spending is necessarily associated with meeting immediate needs that Canadians face. But that is very clearly not true. So we need to understand this picture of how government procurement is being abused under this NDP Liberal government, how costly that is for taxpayers, and also what an opportunity this presents for us to do better, for us to save money for taxpayers and focus instead on the core needs of our country. So specifically on the ArriveCan scandal, we had, according to the Auditor General's report, a rigged process. We had a process in which specifications were put in place which don't appear to make any logical sense, which served the result of getting this one company with only two people the ability to access this contract. GC Strategies got the contract for the ArriveCan app. They got the contract, they subcontracted it. Their company alone got, according to estimates, some $20 million. They didn't do any work other than the very sort of perfunctory activity of going on LinkedIn and finding others who might be able to perform the skills. A simple way of understanding what GC Strategies did and didn't do, Madam Speaker, is if you hired me to paint your fence for $100, you probably wouldn't. But if you did, then I went out and hired the member for Winnipeg North and paid him $50 to paint the fence. And he painted your fence. He got $50. You paid me $100, and I just got $50 for facilitating the deal. Maybe I went on LinkedIn to find that the member for Winnipeg North could paint fences. And he might be looking for job opportunities like this after the next election, so it might be a relevant example. Madam Speaker, in that process, the middleman, the person who got the contract and passed it on, didn't actually do anything. They didn't add any value. And yet they were able to collect big time. So Madam Speaker, the nature of this scandal is that you had this so-called staff augmentation firm, I think is the lingo. GC Strategies took the contract and then they were able to subcontract it and get a whole bunch of money in the meantime for doing nothing. But the process that allowed GC Strategies to get this contract was a rigged process. In fact, the Auditor General revealed how GC Strategies sat down with government officials in one case and set the terms of the contract that they would then bid on. So we heard at Public Accounts Committee over the break that KPMG was told to go through GC Strategies by government officials. They were said, you should, if you want to be part of this work, you need to go through GC Strategies. So the government was aware of other companies that could do this work, and yet they directed those companies to go through GC Strategies. So there was something clearly of a special relationship whereby members of this NDP Liberal government were keen to see GC Strategies cashing in big time for reasons that remain somewhat unclear. GC Strategies is also a company, by the way, that doctored resumes that they were submitting to the government. This is something that that we should be teaching children that is not appropriate or ethical, to be doctoring your resume in order to access an opportunity that you wouldn't otherwise qualify for. And yet GC Strategies, it appears, was doctoring resumes systematically. What they explained to us at committee, Christian Firth, during his earlier appearance, he said, well, we changed the resumes to make them compliant with the requirements of the contract. Then we go back to the resource and say, is that okay? Right? So if I'm applying for a government contract and I have 5 months experience and I'm supposed to have 5 years experience, then GC Strategies would cross out months and write in years, and then send it back to me and say, we made this little change, is that okay? And then they would send it off to the government afterwards. Christian Firth admitted that this wasn't just something they didn't want, this was their process. Adjusting resumes to meet the requirements of the contract, then checking in if it was okay before sending this in. What a wild, broken system, Madam Speaker. So we have rigging of the process, we have systematic cheating, things that young children should know are highly unethical, that seem to have been happening systematically in the government. Despite these obvious problems with GC Strategies, this Liberal NDP government was keen to push other companies to work through the GC Strategies. And then we have obfuscation at committees, accusing people of lying. So these are some of the particular issues around the ArriveCan scandal. But to think about this in the context of the budget, of the overall fiscal situation. So we've been digging more on ArriveCan to ask, what are the procurement practices that allow this sort of thing to happen? What's happening more broadly inside of government that allowed $60 million to be spent in this case, and for nobody to seem to notice or care? Well, first of all, this process of contracting to people who contract to other people, it wasn't just a one-off. It wasn't something that just happened in the case of ArriveCan. We found that there are, get this, Madam Speaker, 635 companies who do IT staff augmentation for the federal government. 635 companies whose job it is to receive contracts and then contract out. So I think there are cases where contracting out is likely legitimate. But I'm very skeptical of the fact that there is any value in contracting out to those who subcontract and perhaps further subcontract after that. That the general contractor project management function should be able to be performed inside of government. And yet we have 635 companies that do IT staff augmentation only, that act as these middlemen, Madam Speaker, these middle companies who receive contracts and contract out. 635 of them in the IT space alone. So that's not just a one-off. That's not just the ArriveCan Act. This is a larger issue with how the government treats money overall. The larger issue is systematic growth in contracting out and contracting out to those who just do this quote-unquote staff augmentation piece. We've seen how in the midst of dramatic growth in spending in the public service, there has also been dramatic growth in spending for contracting out. The government is spending tens of billions of dollars in contracting out, some of it for management consulting. We've talked about the enormous growth in spending on McKinsey. So contracting out for management consulting, contracting out to those who further contract out. So we're spending more inside of government, we're also spending dramatically more outside of government. And you would expect those things to be inversely related, that if we're spending more growing public service, then we should be contracting out less. Or maybe if we're contracting out more, that should correspond to having a smaller public service. But the government is growing the size of the public service and contracting out more at the same time. This NDP Liberal government clearly has a profound lack of respect for taxpayers' dollars. And they're going to try to tell you, well, Conservatives want to fix the budget. Where's the money going to come from? Is this going to mean cuts, Madam Speaker? But when you look at how broken our contracting system is, when you look at 635 companies doing staff augmentation in the IT space, tens of billions of dollars being spent on contracting out, I would say pretty clearly there's a lot of room to get the budget under control. We can actually stop giving money to these outside companies that are abusing the taxpayer and providing no value. And we can instead provide tax relief to Canadians who need it. We can instead axe the tax, build homes, cap spending. We can get our budget under control if we fix these grotesque abuses in government spending. Now, one key aspect of this scandal we need to ask about is, where was the minister? Where was the minister in all this? Because it's right and important that we demand answers from these contractors. But Canadians elect members of Parliament from which emerge a cabinet and a government, an executive branch, who is supposed to be accountable for the decisions that government makes, who are supposed to be providing oversight and policy direction. Of course, ministers aren't involved in the minutiae of every decision, but they are responsible for the culture and the policy frameworks that are established. And the best we've heard from ministers on this, I asked the Minister of Procurement about kind of what he was doing in the midst of this ArriveCan scandal. Actually, there have been a number of different ministers. I think it's been 4 ministers just in the period since the pandemic that have been responsible for procurement. So there have been many hands that should have had an opportunity to impact this process. And yet, all of those ministers, and anybody who speaks from the government would have you believe that, well, we were just here. I don't know. It's something happened in the building that we're supposed to be in charge of, and we have no accountability or responsibility for it. And I would say that is absurd. That ministers should take responsibility for what happens in their department. They should establish clear expectations in terms of accountability, ethics, respect for taxpayers' dollars. And when costly criminal corruption is occurring under the watch of a particular minister, then the minister should have some responsibility, should have some response to what she or he was doing in order to address those concerning events. The current minister for public safety, for public services and procurement, when he was before a committee, I asked when was he briefed and what did he do, and he said he received a briefing and he provided no directive in terms of action in response to this scandal. Unbelievable. The descriptions by public servants are that ministers receive briefs, remain apprised or seized of what's going on, but then ostensibly do nothing, have no role in actually shaping policy outcomes. And that's just unacceptable. At best, this government has been a disinterested passenger in the midst of declining respect for taxpayers' dollars. But I think that's actually an overly charitable description. I think this government itself has shown flagrant disregard for taxpayers' dollars and has been complicit in various corruption scandals over the 8 long years that they've been in power. But even in their defense, this government says, well, the minister had nothing to do with it. We have someone in this government whose title is the Minister for Public Services and Procurement. And yet when there's one of the biggest procurement scandals in this country's history, the government says, well, well, you can't expect the Minister of Procurement to have anything to do with a scandal in procurement, right? Like it's just in the name, right? Madam Speaker, I had proposed at committee, and it elicited points of order, maybe it will today, but I had proposed at committee that we could replace the Minister of Public Services and Procurement with a potted plant, and we would have the same result. A potted plant could receive briefings, naturally. A potted plant could be apprised of events, though would obviously not take any action in response to those events. We have ministers who were in the room who received briefings but did nothing. They would want us to believe that their role as a minister in procurement is to simply be there, to hear things, to be interested in those things, to receive updates. Again, Madam Speaker, we could save a drop in the bucket in comparison to other money that could be saved, but we could at least save a minister's salary if we replace the current procurement minister indeed with some such inanimate object. Madam Speaker, my time being short, I want to underline that the ArriveCan scandal, as bad as it is in and of itself, is a drop in this larger ocean of government waste and corruption. There are tens of billions of dollars being spent on contracting it. There is clearly a kind of a basic incontinence associated with government spending. The money just flows out for no discernible reason, and the processes are rigged. There's obfuscation, unresponsiveness at committee. And the latest is that we've seen how the Indigenous procurement rules are being abused by insiders who feel they have no obligation to bring about any benefit to Indigenous communities through their access to Indigenous procurement set-asides. And I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done to understand what are the abuses of the Indigenous procurement process that have been happening under this government. Very troubling information that's come out. For instance, David Yao saying, well, the point of this program isn't to benefit Indigenous communities, it's just to benefit me as an entrepreneur. Well, I don't think that's the point of the policy, Madam Speaker. So we see cost, we see corruption, we see crime happening under this government, and this privilege motion is one key piece of getting to the bottom of what happened, demanding answers from Christian Firth that he was unwilling to give at committee. And this will help us suss out in detail all the crime, the corruption, and the cost that we are seeing under this NDP Liberal government. Enough is enough. Canadians are looking for an alternative that will respect taxpayers' dollars, that will restore probity in spending, that will bring it home. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, you know, the member said $60 million with the ArriveCan, and he said it was a history record in Canada. That's just not true, Madam Speaker. All he needs to do is to take a look at the ETS scandal, which was $400 million. $400 million is more than $60 million. Guess what, Madam Speaker? The Parliamentary Secretary at the time was the leader of the Conservative Party. Now, he makes reference to ministers and Parliamentary Secretaries being plants. I would suggest to you maybe the leader of the Conservative Party is a dandelion, a dandyweed, or you know, one of those yellow weeds that we pull all the time. Madam Speaker, I think the leader of the Conservative Party might be a little offended by his colleague calling him a plant, and I'm wondering if he would like to retract those words. At the same time, maybe indicate how he believes people should be questioned that are called to the bar.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am not aware of some of the long-tenured historical events that the member is speaking about. I'm a relatively young member of the House, Madam Speaker, so events before a certain date are even before my time. I think it is pretty rich for Liberals after 8 years in power to always want to draw our attention to things that happened in decades past. The fact of the matter is that since 2015, the national debt has more than doubled. More than half of our national debt is the responsibility of this Prime Minister. And that's why we are now spending more on debt servicing than we transfer for health care. Outrageous, out-of-control spending under this government. The $60 million for the ArriveCan scandal is important. But that's part of a larger pattern of cost, of crime, of corruption. And I mentioned some of these numbers in my speech. Over 600 companies just doing staff augmentation. It's out of control.
We have to give time for other questions. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Moments like this actually give me much joy because the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan spoke of the parasitic private class sector of consultancy in which he perfectly describes Marxist historical materialism and in outlining quite effectively, I might add, the central role of capitalism's use of exploitation of the workers and what the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan referenced, the Marxist theory of surplus value of labor, wherein, and I quote, those who actually create the value are exploited by their employers, in which their unpaid labor is pumped out of their direct producing, and so that the capitalist consultant class gets the opportunity to basically profit on work that they don't actually create value in. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my new Marxist comrade from the Conservative Caucus is, what other sections of Das Kapital Volume 3 would he like to reference for the good and welfare of this House? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was greatly amused by the member's question. I thank him for bringing joy and levity to the House. Of course, we're speaking about the predatory, unholy mixing of the elite consultant class with the state. And the member could reflect on how this procurement scandal really speaks to the negative effects on workers of big government trying to take more and more control. A government that is in bed with a few well-connected consultants, and that this kind of state capitalism, as opposed to a true free market system, is what is undermining the well-being of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too want to add my voice to this conversation. The member talked about $46 billion in our national debt servicing. This money is going to service a record debt. This Prime Minister has doubled the national debt. I'm just wondering if the member has any hope that this, within his lifetime or the lifetime of his grandchildren, this debt will be paid off.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to predict the timelines, but I will say I have a great deal of hope about the critical steps that a Conservative government will take to fix the budget, and that includes establishing a dollar-for-dollar rule. And this is common sense, that if the government is going to spend $1 on something new, they should be able to explain where that dollar comes from. These NDP Liberal coalition partners, they're keen to announce all kinds of new spending initiatives, but they never explain where the money is going to come from. And clearly, all of these new spending proposals, in many cases, I don't even think they're serious about doing them. They promise new spending that will kick in at some distant point in the future. But in every case where the money actually is spent, it's digging us further into deep debt. But then beyond that, we have this kind of flow of wasteful spending, the middlemen consultants, the management consultants that have done so well under this government. If we institute a dollar-for-dollar rule, this will get us back on track to understand that if you're going to spend $1 on something, it has to come from somewhere.
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to reflect back on this. We can't let him off the hook because I know my honourable member from Courtney Alberni, when he was on OGO, I was on OGO, I served on it, and we got into this stuff. And the truth is that the Conservative government also has a long and storied history with your Deloittes of the world, your PricewaterhouseCoopers, and all these others. And so I'm keenly interested, does the honourable member believe in the value of public sector workers doing public sector jobs with public sector accountability? And if what I'm hearing correctly, is it his position today in this House, in this debate, that the Conservative policy would be to eliminate the bloat of the parasitic private sector consultancy class? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, First Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, very clearly, under this NDP Liberal government, contracting out is out of control. Yeah. There's been ballooning of external contracting as well as significant growth in the public service. Now, do I think it is never reasonable to contract out? No, I don't think that. I think there are cases where contracting out is legitimate. But we see this excessive use of management consulting, the use of unethical companies like McKinsey. We have contracts to contract to subcontract and so on and so forth. I think our position is a reasonable and balanced one to say that we need to have proper accountability and spending controls. But the NDP is very disingenuous here because the NDP continually votes confidence and supply to their Liberal partners to allow them to pursue the same policies that this member claims to denounce. So I would encourage the member, if he wants to actually see any kind of reform, if he wants to see us move away from the kind of excessive contracting out, the waste we've seen under this Liberal government, I would challenge him to put his money where his mouth is and to vote no confidence in this government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honour to be able to enter into debate and on something that is speaks to the very heart and critical aspect of what this place represents. And that is in particular, we're talking about somebody who came to committee and misrepresented at best, outright lied is what is mentioned in the motion. But, Madam Speaker, my question for the member from Sherwood Park is very straightforward. I'm curious if he could reflect on how important it is that the principles of parliamentary privilege and parliamentary supremacy are carefully stewarded to ensure that this sort of running roughshod over the public purse, over the rights of Canadians and whatnot can be held under control. And the erosion of trust that ultimately this, among so many other issues, has the erosion of trust in our institutions that has been led by this Prime Minister and a government that seems to care little about governing, but more about politics and more about simply pressers and photo ops and their agenda that doesn't necessarily even result in actionable items.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excellent question from my colleague. We are seeing democratic decline in this country, a lack of respect for our democratic institutions. The Prime Minister recently announced government spending millions of dollars to look at the link between democratic decline and climate change. If he wants to learn more about democratic decline, my suggestion is he just buy a large mirror. Actually, probably already has a few of those, but he can learn a lot about democratic decline if he just got a large mirror.
Debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is, as always, an honour to stand on behalf of the people of Battle River Crowfoot and enter into debate on the important subjects that come before this place. And for those who are watching that are wondering what a debate on privilege is, let me unpack that just for a quick moment. The idea of privilege, and it's a word that is often used in society and whatnot, but it has a unique meaning in this place. It ensures that ultimately Canadians have the full and supreme power to control the affairs of the nation, including the government. And the reason why it is called privilege is because each member of Parliament, when they are given a mandate by the people, are endowed with that authority to be able to make decisions. And it is this body this body, 338 members of Parliament, 338 individuals that represent every square inch of this incredible country we have from coast to coast. Madam Speaker, it is this body, the only true representative entity in the nation that has the ultimate authority to determine the future of our nation. And the reason why a privileged debate is so very important is because it speaks to the very heart of ensuring that, that the rights of members of Parliament being able to represent their constituents, represent Canadians, are not infringed upon. And it comes back to the fundamental tenet of parliamentary supremacy, something that is unique to the Westminster system and something that I would suggest sets us apart in terms of the power that we have. In fact, when you look around this place, Madam Speaker, and you see the history that lends towards this being the supreme lawmaking agency of the land. And it's things like the mace, that although there's a ceremonial purpose that is walked into in a parade, and a lot of people may look at that and say, well, you know, what's the big deal about that? Well, it's the transference of authority of the crown to the democratically elected government of the people. The fact that we are given the opportunity to speak on motions, the fact that members cannot be silenced, the fact that there's votes when a member, when there's a conflict as to who can be heard, the fact that confidence motions exist, all of these things speak to the privileges that members of Parliament have in this place. So for those who are watching and wondering what's the big deal about a privilege motion, it speaks to the very heart of what our democracy is, and that is ultimately that people, that Canadians are the ones that get to choose a path forward. And that is why, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue at hand, and I'll dig into some of the details as to the astounding revelations that have come out of some of the committee work, whether it be the relationship that this place can and I would suggest should have with committees, or whether it be a host of the other concerns that we have related to this motion of privilege here before us. It ultimately comes down to a defense of democracy and our democratic institutions, because, Madam Speaker, if we do not have that, we risk losing our democracy. And my fear, Madam Speaker, is that over the last number of years, we have seen a continual erosion of that, whether it be through the course when during the first weeks of COVID. And I think that most Canadians would give a tremendous amount of latitude for those first few weeks of COVID. Nobody knew around the world what was going on, and certainly that can be litigated. But, Madam Speaker, when the government brought forward a omnibus spending and taxation bill, the very fundamental tenet of this idea of privilege, of Parliament being the ultimate decision maker for the land, Madam Speaker, is that taxation and spending is the prerogative of this place. You know, it was that Prime Minister, exceptional circumstances or not even during wartime, when the world was at war 2 times over, did they bring forward motions that would have given unlimited taxation and spending authority. Yet it was that roughshod attitude that this government seems to care little about our history and our institutions, but rather they are far more interested in pursuing their political agenda in the pursuit of power. When, Madam Speaker, it is not the pursuit of power that a government should be interested in. It is a pursuit to serve Canadians, and we have seen that balance that should exist in this place turned absolutely on its head. And the result is, and we've heard about it, my colleagues from the Conservative Party that spoke today and had spoke prior to the last constituency break have emphasized how there has been this democratic decline. Now, the Liberals are quick to say, oh, well, it's factors outside of their control. The NDP are quick to say, oh, it's factors outside of their control. But ultimately, it needs to come down to an empowering of the citizenry of our country. And that is safeguarded through what we call privileges in this House. And if we lose those things, if we see those things eroded, then, Madam Speaker, we face a grave challenge being able to do the solemn duty that has been entrusted to all of us as members of Parliament. And at a time, Madam Speaker, when there has been a substantial erosion of regular Canadians being able to trust that their government has their best interests in mind. Because we see increasingly, I hear it all the time, whether I'm traveling across my constituency, whether it's as I visit communities in other parts of the country, or whether it's you know, in airports or different places that I have a chance to chat with those amazing regular Canadians. Not the academic class, not those who have a whole host of letters behind their name, but regular Canadians. They wonder what the deal is. They wonder if they can trust. It used to be, Madam Speaker, And I'll get to the substance of the motion here in just a moment. It used to be that you may not like the Prime Minister, but you respected the office. Increasingly today, there are many Canadians that simply have lost respect for the office of the Prime Minister and so many of our democratic institutions, whether that be our justice system. And Madam Speaker, I could give you numerous examples of how the justice system is failing Canadians. And when the justice system fails Canadians, of which the laws are passed by this place as the ultimate arbiter of the land, that principle of parliamentary supremacy, which is safeguarded by parliamentary privilege, it is incumbent upon us to take action. Yet we see increasingly that that Liberal government is unwilling to do so. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about privilege, it's not something that is this flippant term that can simply be glossed over and say, oh, well, it's not a big deal, or it's committee's responsibility. No, Madam Speaker, it comes to the very fundamental ideas of what our democratic institutions are, what they should be, and how we can ultimately, and what I hope sooner than later will be a Conservative government led by the member from Carleton, the hard work of being able to restore the trust that has been broken in our institutions in this nation, Madam Speaker. Because we can do that. We can do that. It's going to take tough work, and I would just quote the member from Carleton, the leader of the Conservative Party. He says this often, but he says it's time that government focus on doing a few things well as opposed to doing everything poorly. Because that is the place that we are at. Nothing seems to be going well in this country. And the solution that the Liberals seem to be so quick to propose is that they'll simply spend more money. We saw that during COVID. We've seen that with a host of other issues, a laundry list of things. They seem to be quick to spend more money and say that that is the answer. Yet it's Canadians that are then suffering. It's Canadians that are seeing the impacts of that. They want to deal with an issue that they find is very important, the environment and climate change. So what do? Instead of actually proposing solutions, they simply punish Canadians. And it's that flippant attitude that is causing that erosion of trust in our democratic institutions. And then when it comes to the debate around the privilege, we had an individual. One of two individuals, actually, and it's hard to believe that this is, it almost sounds comical. It's something that you would read in a synopsis of a Saturday night, a political drama. But two individuals in a firm, they got a $20 million contract. We think a $20 million contract. It could have been more. There isn't good documentation to prove exactly what that number was. They are called to testify before a parliamentary committee, and their testimony is lacking the facts, to put it lightly. And Madam Speaker, what we saw in this motion is a clear disregard for the fundamental tenets. And having watched those committees as a member of the Ethics Committee and as somebody who cares deeply about the institutions and infrastructure of our government, we see how the flippant nature to which the Liberals and propped up by their partners in the NDP, they approach these things with little care about the impact that it has on the trust of our institutions. And as we saw during the fact that we had a app that was supposed to cost several $100,000, end up costing more than $60 million, and we don't even know what the full cost of that is, Madam Speaker. Again, this is the sort of stuff you would think you would read in a Hollywood political soap opera drama. But it is being lived out in reality in the House of Commons in our country. And what is the Liberals' response to this? They're like, oh, well, yeah, maybe something went wrong, but it wasn't us. That's what they say. And then when it comes to questions surrounding committee, Madam Speaker, they say, oh, well, it's because committees have become dysfunctional. It has nothing to do with scandal. It has nothing to do with mismanagement. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's MPs' jobs to actually get answers. It has nothing to do with the fact that it is committees have a core and fundamental purpose that is guaranteed through the processes that have been laid out in the Parliament of Canada Act and standing orders, Madam Speaker, to study specific things. They don't take any of that seriously. They simply say, oh, well, it's simply partisanship. But I've noticed something, Madam Speaker, and this is an observation that I offer to all Canadians that are watching this important debate. As soon as the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister are really good at this, among other members of the Liberal cabinet, among members of the NDP leadership, although it seems like there's a dramatic decline in the number of NDP members in this House currently, so I wonder what that'll look like after the next election. But when it comes to the fundamental tenet of working for the best interests of Canadians. The only time you hear the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, other members of the NDP Liberal coalition talk about Team Canada, it is when it has been coupled with failure. And it is, it's tragic, quite frankly, because and take housing. A little bit separate from the issue at hand, but closely related, because what we see is that the Liberals all of a sudden take housing seriously. They forget that they've been in power for close to a decade, and that housing costs have doubled under their leadership, and that the inflationary crisis that has led to diminishment of the purchasing power of Canadians is a result of their mismanagement of the economy. Yet now they're saying, well, you know what, it requires a Team Canada approach. And Madam Speaker, in terms of the vernacular, I don't disagree. But the challenge is that it's only when the Liberals have failed, and it's when Canadians are feeling the consequences of that failure, that they say that a Team Canada approach is needed. And what is the consequence of that? They have weaponized that very phrase and what it should mean for Canadians to accomplish their political objective, which is to retain power at all costs. And Madam Speaker, it is absolutely shameful. And the erosion of trust in our democratic institutions is something that is hurting our country. It is hurting the building in which we stand and everything that it represents. And it's hurting every aspect of what government should stand for. So it's time that this country has a government that is willing to roll up its sleeves and do the hard work of governing. Not to prioritize photo ops, but prioritize the administration and management of government. And we see practical solutions being proposed often by the member from Carleton and this incredible team of Conservatives that we have in the House right now. And I speak often to candidates that are looking forward to running in the next election. There was an opportunity to run in a carbon tax election, confidence vote, that all other parties showed exactly where they stand, that they're in favor of bankrupting Canadians and an extremist ideological agenda as opposed to letting Canadians actually make a choice. But we see an incredible team that's bringing pragmatic, practical solutions forward, that's willing to roll up our sleeves and get that work done. Because, Madam Speaker, what we have seen under these Liberals is the antithesis of that. And it's hurting the very institutions that we need to work so hard to steward and defend. So when my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes moved this privilege motion after the Speaker's finding, it's now a couple of weeks ago because of the Easter break, we have a clear opportunity here. And I would note, I support that. I have some concerns about the amendment that was moved from the member from Kingston, because there certainly seems to be instead of actually getting to the root of the issue, they would rather, and in an unsurprising manner, they would simply rather study it some more, it seems. They would simply want to reduce the urgency to which Conservatives certainly take this fundamental issue where our democracy is at stake. And as the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, after moving this motion, he said that it's using an extraordinary remedy for an extraordinary problem, calling somebody to the bar, demanding that accountability, to basically a signal or flag to the nation that we take seriously the job we have to do here, and that you do not play a roughshod over democracy. Now, it's unfortunate that there seems to be backbenchers in both the Liberals and the NDP, and I would suggest often the Bloc Québécois, that seem to not take this as seriously as they should. But it is that running roughshod over democracy that is so troubling, that speaks to the urgency to which we have of the issue before us. And again, an $80,000 original price tag on this app. And I think that there's a lot of discussion that needs to happen, Madam Speaker, about how the Liberals ran roughshod over the fundamental rights of Canadians. This app that they said was so important, when they mandated it, it sent tens of thousands of people into quarantine. It restricted the constitutional ability for Canadians to enter the country, but also by virtue exit the country. And there's a host of things that they seem to never have concern about the implications for the policy decisions that they made. And they'll say, Madam Speaker, I can hear it now, say, oh, well, those extraordinary circumstances. But Madam Speaker, that doesn't excuse the need to take great care and steward the administration of government and the administration of the freedoms that we have. My colleague from the Shadow Minister of Ethics, Madam Speaker, outlined very clearly the long history over the course of our parliamentary system, the last close to 160 years, not quite there, but getting close. And of course, there's further reference to the opening words of the British North America Act, or the Constitution Act 1867, actually even mentions how it would be a government in similar format, and I'm paraphrasing here, but similar format to that of the United Kingdom. So he references in his remarks some of the precedent that goes long before the foundations of our country to ensure that the privileges and ultimately the democratic rights of Canadians are protected. And we see how over the course of the committee testimony, or specifically GC strategies, misleading in name, because a lot of people would look at their website and say, oh, that must be the Government of Canada. And I wouldn't blame them. Government of Canada, GC, right? And in fact, all of us as MPs, our emails have GC in it, right? So it's misleading at best. And then there's a whole bunch of little things like the unnamed public servants that give glowing recommendations about their services that can be provided. They're not willing to provide who gave those. And it turns out that that's not actually part of the procurement process. And the fact that we had revealed in testimony the other day, Madam Speaker, that it was that KPMG was told to go talk to GC Strategies in order to get a contract. Like, talk about absurd. The pinnacle of absurdity. Yet this seems to be the culture to which we find ourselves in under this Liberal Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal coalition that continues to vote confidence and back him and that corruption up in this place. So, Madam Speaker, I would, in the last couple of minutes that I have, would simply highlight a couple of...
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise only because I know there's been a number of members that have made reference to GC being Government of Canada. I don't know in terms of to what degree that has been substantiated. That would be a bit of a concern. I don't want to...
I think the honourable member actually was making it a point about not being the Government of Canada, and I will let him pursue his speech. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And whether intentionally or by accident, the member just proved the point. The fact that you have an entity that received $20 million in funding on what was an app that was originally supposed to cost $80,000, and the fact that the company contracted is named GC Strategies. And the confusion, it seems intentional, that they have endeavored to throw at this in what we see an exponential explosion of contracting that these Liberals, and backed by the NDP, every step of the way backed by the NDP. So it's exactly that. That is exactly the point. Manipulating the facts and the truth for their political agenda so that they could get contracts. So maybe when somebody would look through a procurement list, they'd say, oh, well, GC Strategies, oh, that just must be another department under Treasury Board or something like that. Madam Speaker, that speaks to exactly the point I would suggest that we need to be making here. And I would just reference as well, the Auditor General has done some incredible work in outlining some of the egregious accounting, to say the least, Madam Speaker, when it comes to this. And it is only that one more in a laundry list. That, in fact, I would close with this, Madam Speaker. You know, it would be one thing if this was a exceptional circumstance under this Liberal Prime Minister. But it seems like this running roughshod over accountability, running roughshod over our institutions, and ultimately running roughshod over the privileges that are the fundamental backbone of preserving our democracy. They seem so quick to run roughshod over that so many Canadians are simply asking the question and saying, Madam Speaker, that we do not trust that Prime Minister, we do not trust that government, because it's not an exceptional circumstance. It seems that every single day there is a new scandal. There is a new controversy. There is something where this government has mismanaged, led to corruption. And, Madam Speaker, one can only jump to the conclusion, and I'll close with this. That seems that rot goes from the bottom all the way to the top, and change needs to happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do take some exception in terms of what it is that the member is saying. When you think in terms of, when I think about the leader of the Conservative Party, I think it's kind of like not as do as I say, not as I do. When the leader of the Conservative Party was the Parliamentary Secretary for Treasury Board, there was a $400 million contract scandal with ETS, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member is likely aware of it. His leader was the Parliamentary Secretary at that time. And when he's critical of the government and blaming ministers on this side, does he not realize that it's not, he's also reflecting on his own leader of the Conservative Party? Why didn't, or what did the leader of the Conservative Party do back then on a $400 million scandal?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, these liberals are quick to pivot and deflect and divert when it is under that member's leadership and his Prime Minister, supported by the NDP and the leader of the NDP, that have seen a doubling of contracts, Madam Speaker, a doubling of contracts going through the course of their government, which, Madam Speaker, is exceptional in terms of the number in and of itself. But what is also exceptional is the exponential, it seems, increase. I believe it's 43%. Don't quote me on the number, but I believe it's 43% increase in the cost of the simple expenditures of running government. So, Madam Speaker, we are seeing an explosion in terms of the ability for contractors, whether they intentionally mislead what their company does, a two-person firm, or run out of somebody's basement that's meant to mislead in terms of what its name stands for, GC versus Government of Canada, or whether it be the plethora of other contracts that this government seems to be quick to they're just throwing money out like you wouldn't believe, Madam Speaker. We need accountability and answers, and it seems that that member and those Liberals refuse to even allow the conversation to happen, and that's why they need to be voted out.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, with respect to my Conservative colleague, I think in his remarks he presented an incredibly myopic view of history. You know, in my time in this place, one constant feature of the House of Commons is both the Liberals and the Conservatives doing the finger point over who was worse in government. It's like an extreme parody of pot, meat, kettle in this place about who had the worst record with scandals. Now, if we take a look at the Conservative record, I mean, the ETS scandal of $400 million was mentioned, but let's not forget the extreme outsourcing with the Phoenix pay system. Remember that was supposed to save the Canadian public $70 million and ended up costing us over $2 billion? There are members of the Conservative caucus who were present during the Harper government who were, you know, displaying such flagrant disregard for basic accounting principles, they don't have a place to stand on. So what's clear, Madam Speaker, is that both the Liberals and the Conservatives have equally dirty hands when it comes to outpricing to consultants and flagrant disregard for taxpayers' money. So, Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague through you is, because the Liberals and the Conservatives both have displayed such flagrant disregard for taxpayers' money, it's obviously a systemic issue. Through you, Madam Speaker, what proposals do the Conservatives have to fix a mess that both Liberals and Conservatives have so thus far been unable to fix and have both been equally guilty of?
Hear, hear.
A member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is fascinating. You talk about a myopic view of history. It is that member, his leader, and the members of the NDP that support at every turn the corruption of that Liberal Prime Minister and his cabinet, as well as the Liberal backbench. So I find it a little bit rich. Madam Speaker, it's time for a government that is willing to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work of administering and stewarding what Canadians expect their government to do. And Madam Speaker, I am happy to unpack the many ways that the member from Carleton has practically proposed a path forward to increase accountability, dollar for dollar law in terms of spending, ensuring that government spends within its means, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we are doing what Canadians expect their government to do. So I will not take any lessons, because when I point fingers, Madam Speaker, I'm pointing them at a coalition that has propped up one of the most corrupt governments, if not the most corrupt government in Canadian history. And Madam Speaker, it's time for change, because that's what Canadians are demanding. They expect a government to work for them. That's certainly not what they're getting from these Liberals and those NDP.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Now, I appreciate the honourable member's theatrics. He's borrowing the end flare of kind of self-righteous rage and indignation. But I also know this member from committee. And is it his position here today that as a new Democrat at Ethics and other committees that we're on, that I'm not actively working with them to help hold this government accountable? Because, Madam Speaker, this member would know at every step along the way, New Democrats are in a confidence and supply agreement. We hold them accountable in this House and at committees. And yes, there are about 26 points in which we are fighting and using our power to win for Canadians, things like dental care and pharmacare, and yes, indeed, housing. Madam Speaker, we're going to win for workers. So those are set aside. But just through you, I'm kind of taking it personal. To the honourable member, is it his position that at committee as a New Democrat, I'm not indeed working as an opposition member? Because if that's the case, he could see a new me at the next committee.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage that member to maybe bring the message to his leader that it is essential to actually do the work of an opposition party, whether it be in this place or whether it be in committee. And I've had the opportunity, and while we disagree on many things, I remember an early conversation I had with that member that he shared, at least he could respect Conservatives because he knew we stood for something, where he didn't know what the Liberals stood for ever. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage that member to bring that message to his leader, because there is no question that the current leader of the NDP has run roughshod over democracy and supports corruption in a way that makes him just as complicit as every single member of that Liberal Party. So whether it be the circumstances we find ourselves in the House today, I hope that member will have the intestinal fortitude, Madam Speaker, to vote no confidence, to let Canadians make the choice about who should be leading this country forward to do the tough work of actually leading a government that works for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to return and reply. Speaking of leaders, Madam Speaker, I want to see if this member has the intestinal fortitude to stand up today and unequivocally denounce the crackpot, right-wing nutjob Alex Jones and his ringing endorsement of his dear leader. Because I tell you what, in this House, Madam Speaker, the way in which the Conservative caucus kowtows to their leader would make Kim Jong-il blush. He would make the most hard dictators blush in the way in which they set up their majesty, the honourable member of the opposition. So will he denounce today, unequivocally, the crackpot conspiracy theorist, mass shooter denying Alex Jones in this House, or will they continue to cater to the most extreme factions of the right wing within their caucus?
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, why is that member, and not unlike those within the Liberal Party, are so obsessed with American politics? They are obsessed with American politics, Madam Speaker. Yet it was a former American presidential candidate that spoke to that member's last party convention. There was a failed presidential candidate that spoke to that party's convention. So, Madam Speaker, the absurdity that comes out of the mouths of whether it's supporting a terrorist group that is Hamas, whether it is being endorsed by communists around the world, being buddies with dictatorships like the communist dictatorship in Beijing that Prime Minister and his pet nickname Little Potato is. Madam Speaker, we will denounce absurdity, because not only is that endorsement an absurdity, Madam Speaker, the way that the trifecta of the left in this country is obsessed with American politics and trying to bring that sort of Americanization of our political discourse to Canada is an embarrassment. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest this, that they should spend more time talking to Canadians, because that's what I'm doing and that's what I know the member from Carleton is doing, and it is Canadians that are giving a ringing endorsement to the change that is necessary to bring accountability and bring home a Canada that actually works for the people of this nation.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House on behalf of the good citizens of Calgary Midnapore. Madam Speaker, who is Christian Firth? Christian Firth is an individual who is at the center of this debate here today. An individual who has been called in contempt of this Parliament to come and make amends with the information that he has not provided to committees, to this House, and to Canadians. But who really is Christian Firth? Christian Firth is one half of a company called GC Strategies that in 2018 ranked 4th on the fastest growing companies in Ottawa. Its products it offers, IT solutions, consultings. It had, Madam Speaker, a 3-year revenue growth of 676.4%. And it's no wonder why, Madam Speaker, when we see the scandal of ArriveCan, a $60 million app that could have been created at a fraction of the price by a group of university students over a weekend. Yet this individual is wanted here before the House for not getting answers for Canadians. Now, I'm sure when Mr. Firth started his enterprise, he was like any other well-meaning entrepreneur who wanted to go out there and make a dollar to support his family. He has cited incredible stress since he undertook this role and the scrutiny that him and his partner have come under. But the things he did, Madam Speaker, certainly were scrupulous. For example, he falsified CVs. And before I continue, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to point that I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful member from Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, also the chair of the Government Operations Committee. Falsified CVs. So he essentially did what we have come to know in Government Operations Committee, known as the bait and switch, where you provide a certain set of information, win a contract, and then switch out the vendors, switch out those individuals who will be completing the work. He certainly inflated the prices. He has made $19 million on ArriveCan, an unbelievable amount, and as I said, for a $60 million app, but it may in fact be even more than that, as the Auditor General wasn't even able to confirm that it was just $60 million as a result of incomplete documentation. In addition to the bait and switch, the falsifying of CVs and the inflated prices, he of course made relationships with bureaucrats that many would consider not above bar, and in fact subject to strong ethical scrutiny. So Christian Firth, an individual who is one of the partners in GC Strategies, who started a business, got $19 million in funding for ArriveCan, has now been called in contempt of this House, and who has done some extraordinary things. But why really is Mr. Christian Firth being called before this House? It's evident, Madam Speaker. It is the incompetence and the unethical conduct of this government, Madam Speaker. Without a doubt, that is the real reason that Christian Firth is being called in front of this House. Because this government is incapable of taking responsibility for anything that they do. They simply can't say, it's our fault, we did this. And sadly, Madam Speaker, it's a combination of incompetence and unethical behavior. Incompetence that they've had 8 years to fix the policy, to fix the procurement policy, who the procurement ombudsman said was an absolute sham and is an absolute failure and allowed this scandal to happen. It's an ethical breach, as we've seen at every single layer of this government, at every single level of this government, to the Prime Minister 3 times with nothing more than a slap on the wrist. No wonder Christian Firth thought that he could get away with the types of atrocities that he did and be called forward to this House. And, Madam Speaker, we have seen several instances of this government where they have not taken their responsibility seriously or at all, with dismal results and terrible consequences for Canadians, in fact, members of their own party as well. We recall Jody Wilson-Raybould, the former Justice Minister, who tried to do the ethical thing with this government, Madam Speaker, who, when she was shuffled out of her position of Minister of Justice and given the lesser cabinet position of Minister of Veteran Affairs, later told Canadians that the Prime Minister's office had attempted to put pressure on her to intervene in the SNC Lavalin case. So you see, Madam Speaker, no one has a chance against this government, even the Justice Minister. In a letter, she later thanked constituents and saying she was stepping down from cabinet, looking forward to serving her constituents at that time. But in her book, she later came out and said, "I wish I had never met you." Those are the words she said about this Prime Minister who leads this unethical government, who leads this incompetent government that has brought us to the position of Christian Firth having to come in front of government here today. In fact, on her way out, Madam Speaker, she said to the incoming Justice Minister, David Lametti, she said, "Be careful, all is not what it seems." So as I said, Madam Speaker, this is a government that doesn't want to take responsibility, doesn't want to have accountability, and we see this again with the calling of Christian Firth. Where else did we see this, Madam Speaker? We are seeing it with the dismissal of the 2 lab scientists out of the Winnipeg lab, Madam Speaker, where we had, first of all, a CSIS investigation where it showed information such as an X-ray package containing virals, a substance that were later found to be mouse protein but were labeled as kitchen utensils, Madam Speaker. And as well, a trip to China being a personal vacation. But even a CSIS investigation wasn't enough for the Prime Minister to insist that all of the documents were released around this scandal, Madam Speaker. And this is another example where we see this government that does not take responsibility, is unethical, and doesn't even have the competence to right the wrongs that they make. So they have no capacity to fix this policy. They have no, even though they've had 8 years there, they have no capacity to follow the recommendations of independent investigators of Parliament, such as the Procurement Ombudsman or even the Privacy Commissioner, as we saw in Government Operations Committee this morning. And worse than incompetence, Madam Speaker, they are unethical. They attempt to cover up their unethical behavior and place the blame on other individuals, as the Prime Minister did with the Minister of Justice, Jody Wilson-Raybould, as he did with the former Parliamentary Secretary to International Development, Selena Segar-Chavez, as he did with Jane Philpotts, and the list goes on and on and on. And do you see Minister Lametti in this room here today? No. He was lucky. He jumped off the bus before he could get run over, Madam Speaker. But that's what this government does. That's what this unethical government does. Where else did we see this, Madam Speaker? Why, look at the chair you're sitting in. It's the chair of the Speaker. This Prime Minister couldn't even accept responsibility for inviting a Nazi into the House. And instead, what did he have to do? He got rid of the predecessor to that chair, Madam Speaker. This government is incompetent, unethical. They can't take responsibility for anything. They throw everyone and anyone under the bus. And this is the latest victim, Madam Speaker. Certainly a result of his own doing, of his own terrible inaction to respond to this House, but it's the Prime Minister that runs these people under the bus. Now, Madam Speaker, who perpetuates these lies? In fact, it is the Prime Minister and all of the ministers around him, all of the ministers who showed up in Government Operations Committee indicating that they don't know how this happened. It is their deputy ministers, Erin O'Gorman, who's just there covering up for this unethical government. And you know what makes me the most mad, Madam Speaker? It is me and my colleagues that will have to come in the next government and the next election to fix this pattern of unethical behavior and fix all of the policies. It is the member for Edmonton West. It is the member for Barrie. It is the member for Calgary West. It is the member for exactly behind me, Sonia Lambton, who are going to have to come in and clean up this mess, Madam Speaker. And that's because even though it may be Christian Firth who is coming to the bar today, in contempt for refusing to provide answers, it is fundamentally the response, the fault, the blame of this unethical Prime Minister, of this incompetent Liberal government. And frankly, Madam Speaker, Christian Firth is just the latest victim in this train wreck, in this parade of victims of the Prime Minister and his team. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The government has been very clear in terms of its position, wanting to see more transparency and accountability. In fact, supporting the fact of Mr. Frith coming before the bar is a question of a mechanism to ensure that there's a sense of accountability through questioning. The member doesn't necessarily address that issue. She wants to go on the political side, so let me go on the political side. Can she tell me why it is that her leader, while he was the Parliamentary Secretary of Treasury Board, allowed for and denied any sense of accountability for a $400 million ETS scandal? He was in a position in which he could do something. He chose to do nothing. Does she think maybe the leader of the Conservative Party should have been more responsible for Canadian tax dollars when he had the opportunity to be so? And if not, why not?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I stated in my speech, this government has had 8 years in an attempt to clean up their act, to right the wrongs, and yet they refuse to do this. They just keep throwing people under the bus, whoever is expedient and opportune to maintain their power, along with their coalition partners, the NDP, who are jumping ship at a rapid rate, I will add, Madam Speaker. You know, it's just so incredibly rich to speak of times 10 years ago, when they've had 10 years not only to set a fixed policy, but to set an example for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And guess what? They failed, and Canadians are speaking to that. And I look forward to a referendum on not only the efficacy of this government, but also the ethical standards of this government, which is coming soon, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I always enjoy this synthetic outrage I hear in the House. Certainly, I remember some great Conservative moments. Do you remember when Tony Clement took $50 million of border security money to buy fake boats, gazebos in Muskoka, the ultimate pork barrel scandal? Nigel Wright, the $90,000 check to Mike Duffy, one of the most unworthy political figures we've ever seen in this country, but he was a bagman for the Tories. But the issue here is the role of Parliament and the necessity of Parliament to maintain the ability to get evidence. That's what we're here to do. So I want to speak in the moment I have of the need to use the tools that we have. We do not have the power to find guilt at committee. Our job is to gather evidence and bring it to the House. So we are here at the House now on an issue of those failing to provide the evidence that was required of them. And I'm asking and say we will certainly support getting this motion through as quickly as possible.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
And I'd like to thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, for relieving us of our misery and announcing his resignation. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. We're all going to really miss him on this side of the House. Not.
No. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I share her concern with the number of scandals that are going on, and I wonder about the cost to Canadians when we add up, the 60 million Arrive scam and the 150 million that are missing from the Sustainable Green Fund and the 172 million that went missing under Catherine McKenna, etc. How do we quantify this for Canadians?
And for Calgary-Midnapore.
I want to thank very much the member, to just give my thanks to the member for Sarnia-Lambton for her leadership and mentorship to me during the 7 years that I've been elected, Madam Speaker. My 7-year anniversary was on April 3rd. I'm truly grateful for that. And the reality is that the price is incredible. We are at a $1.2 billion deficit in government across Canada at this point. We saw a $40 billion, $40 billion deficit in the most recent update of this government. Frankly, Madam Speaker, I'm terrified of the budget and what this means for Canadians. No doubt the Prime Minister and his Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, will be attempting to buy off Canadians once again. We know that it's not going to work. What I do know, Madam Speaker, is that it will take my son, the member for Sarnia Lambton's children and grandchildren, generations to pay this back, Madam Speaker, and I'm very sorry for that, but I am grateful for her. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see the gallery is filling up, I'm sure, for my speech today and not for a question period. Now, I'm pleased to rise again on the question of privilege following the tabling of the 17th report from the Standing Committee of Government Operations Government Operations, also known as OGO. To be up here speaking on that is particularly troubling, and it's a part of a troubling pattern that we've seen in committee. Witnesses, whether parliamentary witnesses, whether government officials or not, are ignoring the rights and powers and privilege of parliamentarians to act as the grand inquisitors of the nation. This particular issue is around a witness, Kirsten Firth, someone doing business with the government and not answering to the committee. But I have to ask honestly, why would he? If he spent any time watching any of the committees on TV, or especially watching estimates and operations on TV, he would see witnesses don't actually have to answer. He would see government witnesses refuse to answer. He'd see ministers refuse to answer. Now, we've actually seen in committee, and if Kirsten Firth was watching, he'd see the Prime Minister's own department, the Privy Council office, in committee repeatedly ignoring the laws of the land, repeatedly ignoring orders of Parliament, repeatedly ignoring the law and the committee orders to produce documents. Now, making up excuses why PCO and other departments can ignore the will of Parliament seems to be a very active program within the government. Now, if the government and the Prime Minister's own department, the PCO, can be so blatantly cavalier with committees, it's not surprising that others would do as well. Hence, we end up with this privilege debate. Now, no doubt Kirsten Firth had seen how government officials appear in committee and based his conduct on that. Now, lines need to be drawn, Madam Speaker. Parliament's dignity and the will of Parliament must be defended. Parliament and its committees cannot continue to be seen as some mere toothless entity to be ignored when questions become inconvenient or embarrassing or damaging to the government or to the witnesses. Now, I want to clear up a bit of misinformation that's been pushed out there about this witness. It has been stated that he had provided all the information the committee demanded. That is not quite accurate. He provided some of it late, which is fine, but he still provided it. But there was a very specific question he refused to answer. And it's at it's kind of at the crux of the ArriveCan scandal. He had been accused of helping write the work requirements for a contract that he himself then won on a sole source basis. Mr. Firth was asked to provide this information, and I'm going to read to you from the Blues. The member from Carleton Eagle Creek asked, for greater clarity, I'm looking for the individuals that you have met with in developing the criteria. I'm asking you, who did you sit at the table with to develop the criteria for the contract? Mr. Firth then says, because it's under RCMP investigation, he refuses. Now, he was sworn in. He was warned of the consequences of not answering questions of the committee. This was his third appearance, so he knew the rules. Later, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, stated on a point of order, I'd like the chair to put the question to you, Mr. Firth, and have an obligation to answer, and whether you want to or not, because it's the rules that apply to Parliament, to its committees of witnesses that come before it. Could you put that question to the witness? I, as chair, stated to Mr. Firth, we'd appreciate an answer. I later stated, it's a fair question. Would you please provide an answer? And again, that came back from Mr. Firth, I'd really appreciate the opportunity. You've laid it out clearly, but at this point, we're still remaining with our stance. There could possibly be a pending investigation, so he refused. So in this case, we see very clearly here, Mr. Firth was given the opportunity to answer the question. He was advised he had parliamentary privilege, so he could say what he wanted to. He also was aware, as it come up in the committee, that he, at that time, hadn't even been contacted yet from the RCMP, so he wasn't sure that he actually was under investigation. But he still refused to answer. Now, I mentioned earlier about this government's conduct in dealing with committee orders and privileges and how it leads to such actions. In the McKinsey company's study no-go, the committee passed unanimously, so the Liberals, the Bloc, the NDP, and the Conservatives unanimously passed production order for documents from McKinsey and government departments, demanding all contracts, reports, invoices, and emails between McKinsey and government documents. Now, McKinsey 100% complied with the order. Now, this is the same McKinsey company that had a book written about it called When the Devil Comes to Town. The same McKinsey that helped turbocharge the opioid crisis in the US, that they paid close to $1 billion Canadian in fines for. The same McKinsey that quite happily works with despotic regimes around the world. The same McKinsey that actually worked both sides of the coin on the harms and sales of tobacco, working both with governments to sue the tobacco companies, but working with the tobacco companies to get around and push more tobacco sales. The same McKinsey that is considered one of the most evil companies in the world, but McKinsey complied 100% with the order of documents from the committee. But guess who didn't provide the documents as ordered? Guess who comes in second place to McKinsey in following the rule of land in this country? Well, it was government departments, and I'm going to list them quickly. Business Development Bank, Border Services Agency, of course, tangled up in ArriveCan, Canada Pension Investment Board, Canada Post, Citizenship and Immigration, D&D, Natural Resources, Export Development Canada, Privy Council Office. The Prime Minister's own department came second in complying behind McKinsey. Atomic Energy of Canada, Canada Development Investment Corp, Development, Employment, Social Development, Department of Finance, Veterans Affairs, Public Sector Pension Investment Board, Trans Mountain Corporation. Now, 3 times we brought in the law clerk, the library law clerk, and he explained to these departments the supremacy of Parliament, but they could not understand. McKinsey and Company, which is arguably responsible for the opioid crisis across North America, does understand and did comply. The Government of Canada, not so much. Here's what some of the officials had to say. Now, Mr. Matthew Shea, who works for Privy Council, again, the Prime Minister's department, says there are privacy acts and information acts that apply above the supremacy of Parliament. He also states they're guided by open and accountable government policy, and he thinks personal information in the Privacy Act is something he has to be very sensitive to. So here we have the Prime Minister's own department stating the Privacy Act and internal policies trumps the supremacy of Parliament. He goes on to say a big part of any of these requests is the importance as a government of working with the committee to find a solution. So not actually obeying the rule of law, not actually obeying the supremacy of Parliament, but finding solutions together. One of my colleagues asked him, are you aware Parliament is supreme in its ability to call for documents? He says, yes, I respect the role of Parliament, but again, he has honored traditions he has to follow. Not the law, but honored traditions. When asked whether he believes several previous rulings confirm the supremacy of Parliament, it's not, the PCO, Matthew Shea, it's not about whether I agree with the ruling or not. It's a government position. So the government position as stated by the Privy Council Office, the Prime Minister's own department, is that we do not obey laws, we do not obey the supremacy of Parliament. He then told Parliament that he could hide basically everything they want because it could possibly be tied to confidential advice to Cabinet. Now, I realize I'm running out of time, so I just want to follow up quickly or conclude quickly. It's very clear the position of this government is leading other witnesses to ignore the supremacy of Parliament. The government must enforce the rules. The government must set an example and follow the rules of Parliament itself. The government must recognize the supremacy of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The
honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to a group of athletes from my region with huge hearts. These people will form the first team from the American continent to take part in the Ultra Trail, the Grand Raid, with a person with a disability. This crazy adventure will take place in October 2024 on Reunion Island, after several months of training. During this legendary race, Captain Samuel Saucier, who has Lewy Bowyer syndrome, will lead a team of runners who will have to overcome several technical and human challenges. Imagine one of the world's most daunting races. A person with a disability and a strong will to live, using an all-terrain wheelchair called a Joelette. 20 or so runners who will have to cover 100 kilometers with an altitude difference of over 5,000 meters. A group of individuals who want to demonstrate through this enormous challenge that together we can ensure that our society offers equal opportunity to everyone, regardless of our physical situation. Bravo to the entire Réseau Autonomie Santé team. You are an example to us all and an inspiration.
For an opinion.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, April 7th, marked a solemn occasion as we observed the International Day of Reflection on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. This year, we also commemorated Kubuka 30, the 30th anniversary of a tragedy where over 800,000 Tutsi were killed in 100 days of unimaginable violence. Wibuka means to remember. It is a call to honor the victims, support survivors, and educate us and others about the history and the impact of the genocide. This day reminds us of the devastating consequences of hatred and intolerance and urges us to reaffirm our dedication to preventing such atrocities. Let us renew our commitment to a world where the lessons of the past guide us towards justice, compassion, and a future free from such horrors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to recognize the 100th anniversary of the City of Oshawa. As we reflect on a century of growth, resilience, and community spirit, we are proud of the tapestry of achievements and shared experience that have shaped our city. Oshawa, a name first chosen to represent the original settlement near Harmony Creek, received city status on March the 8th, 1924. We are the proud home of automotive prowess and pioneering spirit. From the assembly lines of General Motors to our vibrant cultural scene, Oshawa has continued to thrive, fueled by the passion and dedication of its residents, the true architects of our success. It's been an honor to serve as Oshawa's Member of Parliament since 2004, and I look forward to sharing the representation with our cities with the new Conservative member for Durham. Let us continue to nurture the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship that has defined Oshawa for generations, fostering a dynamic environment where dreams can take flight and possibilities are limitless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, kids who are hungry at school and not focused on learning, we can and we are going to fix this. A national school food program so kids don't go hungry at school. Over 400,000 kids across Canada, giving parents peace of mind. Helping kids reach their full potential with healthy lunches. And Mr. Speaker, I thought this would be one idea that we could all agree on. But the opposition just can't seem to get on board with helping kids out. We are here for parents and kids. The Canada Child Benefit has already lifted over 100,000 kids out of poverty, including over 7,300 kids in St. John's East whose parents receive an average of $5,800 a year. I can't wait to see the incredible impact of the school food program. There's no better investment for our government than in young Canadians. Thank you.
A reminder.
Keep the volume of the chamber down as people come in for question period, just so that these great SO31s can be well heard.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it was with great sadness that we learned last week of the death of Benoit Pelletier, the former Liberal member for Chapleau in the National Assembly, a gentleman appreciated by all. Having had the good fortune to sit in the National Assembly at the same time as him, I can confirm this. But more than that, no matter how intense the partisan rhetoric, Benoit Pelletier never crossed the line of intellectual integrity, and that's why he has our utmost respect. One of the most brilliant constitutional law specialists of his generation, he embodied within the Liberal family nothing less than Quebec's national conscience. He was a true federalist who believed both in the importance of Ottawa, respecting Quebec's jurisdiction, and in the pride of Quebecers. Today we see the passing of one of the last Quebecers to have defended this perspective vigorously but also intelligently and in good faith. Our thoughts are with his family and friends, who will miss him dearly. Thank you, Benoit Pelletier. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, it is tax season. Across the country, thousands of volunteers are active, helping fellow citizens complete their tax returns. In our riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, soon to be the Jardin de Napierville, the Suroît Volunteer Tax Clinic, the Volunteer Action Centre of Greater Châteauguay, and the Jardin Volunteer Action Service are on the ground, helping people qualify for our excellent programs, such as the Canada Child Benefit and the Canadian Dental Care Plan, the GST credit, the Disability credit, the Caregiver credit, and many more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
On April 6th, I hope many Canadians had a wee dram to celebrate our Canadian-Scottish heritage. It is Happy Tartan Day. This is to commemorate the Declaration of Arbroath signed on April 6, 1320, signifying the independence of Scotland. It is a day to honour the strong bonds between Canada and Scotland and the immense influence this relationship has had on our cultures. Like millions of Canadians, and as chair of the Canada-Scotland Friendship Group, I'm immensely proud of my Scottish connections. My wife was born there, and my kids were raised to honour their Scottish heritage. It started in Nova Scotia more than 40 days ago, but now Tartan Day is recognized across Canada to celebrate our deep Scottish roots. Last weekend, many Canadians proudly donned their kilts with their colourful family tartans, listened to bagpipes, maybe did a Highland fling, or tossed a caber at a Highland Games. I would encourage all Canadians next year to join with friends and family and celebrate Happy Tartan Day. Salante.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, this month marks the 5th anniversary of Sikh Heritage Month. This act, which I introduced as Private Member's Bill, received royal assent on April 30th, 2019. Sikh Heritage Month allows us to celebrate and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Sikh Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across Canada. On April 20th, Khalsa Day and Baisakhi will be celebrated in Surrey Newton. The annual Nagar Kirtan will attract over 500,000 people of all faiths and backgrounds. This celebration signifies commitment to equality while upholding the spirit of selfless service and unity. I thank Sikh Canadians across our nation who over the past 125 years have helped build Canada into the country it is today. Jo bole so nihal.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, it's widely acknowledged that schools play a fundamental role in assisting our youth in their intellectual and personal development. Today, then, I rise to commemorate the 175th anniversary of the Sacred Heart School of Halifax. Throughout its history, Sacred Heart has remained committed to the mission of its founder, St. Madeleine Sophie Barra, and her conviction that education has the power to bring about societal change. Over the years, Sacred Heart has provided generations of students with an exceptional experience, one focused on educational excellence, community, and of course, heart. They have demonstrated that their students can be the best in the world, all while still being the best for the world. Sacred Heart alumni are making significant contributions to our country, notably in medicine and research and culture. So congratulations to Sacred Heart on their 175th anniversary, and thank you for the many contributions you make to Halifax and to the world.
Wonderful. Bravo.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
This Prime Minister used to say that no relationship was more important to him than Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. And yet this NDP Liberal government has been using Indigenous contracting to funnel money to well-connected government insiders in ways that produce no actual benefit for Indigenous communities. That's right. This is a gross betrayal of taxpayers and of Indigenous peoples. David Yao is the ArriveCan contractor whose company made $8 million while, according to his own LinkedIn page, he was simultaneously a government employee. We still don't know what he actually did for the money. Yao's two-person company benefited from an Indigenous contracting set-aside, even though no Indigenous communities saw any of the money. Wow. Indigenous leaders have warned that the Liberals' approach to contracting is encouraging shell companies and other modes of obfuscation to gain an advantage in procurement processes, all to the detriment of legitimate Indigenous peoples of Canada, communities, and businesses. It's time to end the corruption, to respect taxpayers, and to insist that Indigenous contracting policies actually benefit Indigenous peoples, not well-connected NDP Liberal insiders.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this week, Sikhs in Canada and around the world are celebrating Vaisakhi and Khalsa Divas. That is why today Sikh Canadians from coast to coast came together to celebrate this auspicious celebration on the Hill, where they attended a 3-day-long religious prayer followed by a kirtan and langar. I want to welcome and thank you everyone who took the time to celebrate with us today. Vaisakhi is a time for Sikhs to reflect on their faith, history, and values as they come together as a community to celebrate equality and the spirit of selfless service. This April, we also celebrate the 5th anniversary of Sikh Heritage Month, a time to acknowledge the achievements of Sikhs as they have been an integral part of Canada's history and reflect on the teachings of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who established Khalsa Panth in 1699. On behalf of the residents of Brampton South, I wish everyone in Brampton and across the world happy Sikh Heritage Month and happy Vaisakhi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear that? That's the sound of stomachs rumbling from coast to coast to coast. It's no wonder, with millions of Canadians lined up outside of food banks every month. But the hunger doesn't stop there. Every time Canadians see skyrocketing price of meat, butter, and vegetables, hungry. Every time they see the numbers on the gas pump keep ticking up and up, hungry. Every time they hear about another Liberal ethics scandal, hungry. Every time they look to buy a home, pay rent, or renew their mortgage, hungry. Every time their car is stolen and drug use and crime rises in their community, hungry. Every time they see this out-of-touch Prime Minister hike their taxes again, hungry. Canadians are hungry for new leadership from a Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and bring home a Canada where Canadians aren't going hungry anymore.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
The Financial Post headline says it all. Scotiabank reports Bank of Canada rate cuts could be delayed due to high government spending. Under this Prime Minister, our national debt has more than doubled, more than all other Prime Ministers combined. The consequences are spiraling inflation, skyrocketing interest rates hitting every single Canadian family. Now, rents and mortgages have doubled, food banks see record visits in the millions, and where's the Liberal government? Well, it's MIA, missing in action. This year alone, Canada will spend $46.5 billion just to service the growing debt. That's more than we spend on healthcare annually in the entire country. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, common sense Conservatives demand a dollar for dollar rule. For every new dollar spent, a dollar has to be found and saved. It's common sense. We need to stop the reckless overspending, stop inflation, and stop punishing Canadian families. After all, this is how Canadian families balance their own budgets every single month. So enough is enough. My constituents know that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, and after the next carbon tax election, we'll finally have a Conservative government.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are people who know how to leave a positive mark on their community, like a Sherbrooke couple to whom I would like to pay tribute today, Shemika Mahmoud and Patrick Rahim Ali. Originally from Madagascar, they worked hard to first become owners of a pharmacy in Sherbrooke's East End, where they served our community for 28 years. They have also made it their mission to give back to their community. Involved in the World Traditions Festival, Sercovi, Vitae Foundation, Maison Oxygène, and several community kitchens, they also financially support a number of Sherbrooke community initiatives. Passionate about the arts, the couple are also active in the cultural community, notably at the Sherbrooke Museum of Fine Arts. With their children, Kevin and Sarah, they founded Immeuble Kézar to contribute to the development of urban projects that promote a mix of residential, commercial, and cultural activities. This inspiring couple is a source of pride for Sherbrooke. Patrick and Shemika, a huge thank you for all you do for our community. I wish you a happy retirement.
I know that everyone's getting excited for question period. We still have a few SO31s to do, so just want to make sure we keep the conversations as low as possible. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to Parliament's attention the outstanding contributions of Progressive Intercultural Community Services to British Columbia and Canada. This superb social services society has been helping individuals in our communities for decades. I wish to congratulate them on the resounding success of their mega jobs fair held recently in Vancouver Kingsway. This event matches the talents and energy of workers with the aspirations and needs of employers. I want to recognize Satbir Singh Chima, PIC's CEO, whose extraordinary leadership steers this great organization. His vision, skills, and compassion are key to their success. I also wish to recognize longtime Vancouver Kingsway resident Inderjeet Hundal, PIC's Director of Seniors Housing. Mr. Hundal's respect and care for our elders is a model for us all. Finally, we remember Sharan Gill, the founder of PICS. His commitment to social justice inspires us to this day. Let's celebrate all who work for PICS, who are committed to building an inclusive Canada where everybody's potential can flourish.
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer our most sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Jacob Flickinger, who died on April 1st in Gaza. An aid worker for the World's Central Kitchen, Mr. Flickinger grew up in Saint-Georges-de-Beauce before moving to Stoneham and then to the United States, where he lived with his wife and their one-year-old baby. He was in Gaza to help. He was in Gaza, like thousands of aid workers, to restore a little hope to a place that has been devastated since the start of the conflict with Israel. In times of war, when the worst atrocities are often committed, we must remember those who are ready to sacrifice their lives in the name of humanity and fraternity. Thank you, Mr. Flickinger. Thank you for your selflessness and generosity. Let us hope that the world's leaders will learn from your courage and convictions and finally find a solution to this interminable and intolerable conflict.
The Honourable Member for Ballaford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the costly and punishing carbon tax is hurting Canadians. Families are being forced to choose between filling up their tanks, heating their homes, or feeding their families. Not only have Conservatives given this NDP Liberal government several different opportunities to spike the hike and axe the carbon tax, 7 out of 10 provincial premiers, municipalities across the country, and millions of Canadians came out in opposition to the April 1st hike. But what was the Prime Minister's response? Let them eat cake. Last week's 23% hike on gas, heat, and groceries is another hit to Canadians who cannot afford it. Today in Lloydminster and provincial border communities across the country, Canadians are protesting this devastating carbon tax. The Prime Minister cannot keep ignoring the pain and the suffering that his ineffective and costly carbon tax is causing them. Because in the next election, Canadians won't let him.
Here, here. Well done.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Speaker, seniors in my riding can count on Chebucto Links for help to put healthy food on their kitchen table. Every 2 weeks, their team delivers 10-pound produce bundles directly to senior doors for just $5. And with new support from the United Way, those bundles are now completely free, and double the number of seniors will receive them. This is great news for residents of Fairview and Clayton Park, and it's made possible by the vision of the United Way and the selfless efforts of the volunteers at Chebucto Links. Speaker, fighting food insecurity and supporting seniors are critical priorities. It's why our dental care plan is being rolled out to older Canadians now, and why we're launching a national school food program. Because when we tackle issues alongside community organizations, big things get done. To Rachel and her entire team, thank you.
Order. I have the honour to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Giovanni, member for the Electoral District of Durham.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to present to you Jamil Giovanni, the Honourable Member for Durham. He has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now takes the right to claim his seat.
Honourable Member, take his seat. Say, every day could be like this. Oral questions, question orale.
When the Conservatives, the common sense Conservatives, want to build homes, cut taxes, fix the budget, and stop crime, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years of inflation. And about inflation, we have a pyromaniac who is fanning the flames of inflationary fires with oil instead of water we want to bring. Can the Prime Minister recognize, with all of this billions in spending, it's getting hot and expensive for taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives, if they want to talk about the economy, will be happy to do so. With 2 million Canadians more, we've lifted 3 million Canadians out of poverty since we came to power, and we will continue to invest in Canadians rather than cutting programs such as what the Conservatives would do. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Conservatives want to fix the budget to reduce inflation and interest rates, but the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Mortgages, according to the lead economist of Scotiabank, inflationary deficits from this Prime Minister are driving up interest rates by 2% and preventing the Bank of Canada from reducing them. Canadians may lose their homes because of these big announcements with billions of dollars in inflationary spending. Can the Prime Minister recognize that his spending and mortgage rates are not worth the cost? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are going to invest in Canadians, and that is why we're going to help every generation to move forward by building more homes faster and by making life more affordable. This Conservative leader does not believe that everyone deserves a fair chance. We want to put fairness first.
Well, we do have a common sense Conservative plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. While this Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years on inflation, with all his multi-billion-dollar announcements, he is like the pyromaniac pretending to be a fireman, except the hose is spraying gas on the inflationary fire rather than water. According to the Scotiabank's chief economist, these inflationary deficits are driving up mortgage payments. Doesn't he realize that all of his spending is putting the heat and the costs on our homeowners?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has a plan for an affordable and prosperous future. We have a plan that is focused on ensuring that we are building more homes faster, making life more affordable, and growing an economy that works for all Canadians. The Conservative leader has no plan for affordability other than a bunch of taglines. He has no plan for addressing the environment. He has no plan for the economy. We believe in ensuring that Canadians have a fair chance to succeed, and we are acting on that.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our plan is to axe the tax and cap the spending to bring down inflation and interest rates. We will have a carbon tax election, and people will choose whether they want to quadruple the tax to 61 cents with the NDP and the Prime Minister, or axe the tax under my common sense leadership. But in the meantime, people can't afford to eat. So will the Prime Minister show a little bit of compassion and accept my common sense demand to axe the tax on farmers and food?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it is laughable when I hear the Conservative leader talk about affordability. He mentioned in a previous question some concerns he has around housing policy. His plan to build more homes is to cut investments in home building, is to raise taxes on those who are building homes, and when it comes to actually changing the way cities build homes, his deputy leader held a press conference to explicitly declare that Conservatives were siding with the NIMBYs when it comes to zoning reform. We are going to do what's necessary to put money on the table to build more affordable housing, create market conditions to get more homes built, and change the way that cities build homes so we can solve the housing crisis.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
He caused the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Under his role as housing minister, the amount of a paycheck necessary to make payments on an average mortgage is gone up to a record smashing 64% from 38%. And he is the only one, along with his Prime Minister, that wants to raise taxes on home building. A massive carbon tax on the building materials that go into assembling those homes. So, will the Prime Minister, instead of hiking the tax, accept my common sense demand to axe the tax on farmers, food, and houses at the same time?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because he's actually put his plan on the record, and his plan includes putting the GST back on apartment construction for hundreds of thousands of middle-class homes in this country. He has one of the worst records in the past decade of anyone when it comes to getting homes built when he had the position responsible for housing in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, while he was minister, they built exactly 0 new apartments, 0 cooperative units, and only 6 affordable housing units across the entire country. We are helping get hundreds of thousands of homes built in this country, and we will do what it takes to solve the crisis once and for all.
The honourable member for La Prairie. After pharmacare, dental care, and MAID, you'd think we'd seen the last of federal interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. No, the Liberals have announced that they also want to tell Quebecers how to build housing. This is the same government that lost control of immigration, created ArriveCan, which is unable to pay its own employees through Phoenix, that created a monumental passport crisis, and it's unable to manage its own borders. Imagine, this same government wants to lecture the provinces and Quebec. Are they not at least a little embarrassed? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, investing in housing in Quebec, is the Bloc against this? Investing in our daycares, is the Bloc against this? Making sure that our young Quebecers go to school with full tummies, is the Bloc against this? If that's the case, may they do like the Conservatives. Bloc Conservatives seem to be on the same side. It's the Bloc Conservative Party. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Prime Minister has the gall to add that if the provinces don't want to bend to his conditions, they don't have to take federal money. Do you know what we call that, Mr. Speaker? We call that blackmail, and not with federal money. There is no federal money. It's Quebecers' money. This government, incapable of doing its own job, has no legitimacy to deny Quebecers their share of the money they pay in taxes. The Prime Minister cannot take the money of Quebecers hostage. He needs to stop playing political games. The Honourable Minister, the Bloc is not the government of Quebec. We're just in discussions with the Quebec government, and in fact, a Quebec minister said this week that they are convinced that they can find agreements that will be win-win, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Quebec government thinks, and that's what we think. It's win for Quebec and a win for Quebecers. It's just not a win for the Bloc. Once again, they're doing the same thing as their friends, their Conservative colleagues, and it's the same thing today. It's the Conservative Bloc together. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
How much money the Conservatives gave away to big corporations when they were in power? $60 billion in free money. Now, imagine what we could have done with $60 billion. Instead of giving them to corporate handouts, we could have built 1 million affordable homes. Now, the Liberals love to criticize the Conservatives, but they maintain those same corporate handouts. So my question to the Liberals, will they stop the free ride for CEOs? Will they stop the $60 billion in conservative corporate handouts and start investing to build homes that people can afford, start building a life that people can afford?
The Honourable Minister, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Honourable Member, for the question. Fairness is extremely important for Canadians. It is important that we are building a society that is socially just, that is prosperous, and that is environmentally sustainable. Our budget is going to focus on building more homes faster, making more life more affordable for Canadians, and growing an economy for the future. We are very proud of the work that we are doing. We are certainly ensuring that fairness informs everything that we do.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Had nothing to say about the conservative corporate handouts that they maintained.
The last time the Conservatives were in power, big business got a big handout. A blank check for $60 billion. A gift that the Liberals kept up. This money could have been used to build millions of affordable housing units. This is the price of voting Conservative. Will the Prime Minister commit today to reversing the Conservative $60 billion handout to big business, yes or no? Yes. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's really important to invest and to build a lot of houses quicker and more affordably.
It's necessary to ensure that we can solve the housing crisis. We are working at the same time to help grow the economy as we put money on the table, as we announced this week, to create an acquisition fund for nonprofits who are going to maintain affordability permanently. That's on top of the Affordable Housing Fund, which is investing billions of dollars to put a roof over the head of the most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we will do what it takes to make sure everyone in this country has a safe and affordable place to call home.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Last week, this woke Prime Minister hiked his carbon tax scam 23%, despite a majority of Canadians making him spike the hike. As we see record-smashing food bank usage across the country, farmers will pay another $1 billion into this scam, making the cost of groceries even more expensive. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP government is not worth the cost or corruption. Will he finally axe the tax for farmers and food and pass Bill C-234 in its original form in next week's budget, or is his agenda to push even more families into the food banks?
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if members of the Conservative Party who come from Alberta have paid particular attention to what Premier Danielle Smith said about the Canada carbon rebate when she said she manages the finances of her own house, and it turns out that the Canada carbon rebate gives her family more money than she puts in the price on pollution. And guess what? She lives in rural Alberta, so she gets even more, Mr. Speaker. That's the plan. I don't know what the heck they're talking about.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
What we'd like to know is what his next job is, because after the next election, maybe this carbon tax scam will be gone. Now there's 6 premiers that are demanding a carbon tax meeting, because they all know after 8 years this Liberal NDP government are like this carbon tax scam and not worth the cost. Why is this Prime Minister hiding? Why doesn't he show some guts, call this meeting so the premiers can tell him to shove his carbon tax where his poll numbers are, in the gutter?
I know we've been away for a couple weeks, and we're looking forward to seeing each other, but try to keep our comments as reasonable as possible. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see how focused that particular MP is on me and my career. Guess what? My colleagues on this side of the aisle and me, we are focused on the people of Edmonton Centre. We're focused on Albertans. We're focused on Canadians, making sure they can pay their bills, making sure they have good jobs, making sure that we're fighting climate change, having a national school program. What they're doing is just bluff and bluster and lots of hot air. We're going to be here fighting for Canadians each and every day.
It's great seeing all of you guys too. This is awesome. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, cost of living is out of control. Farmers are suffering, and food has become unaffordable because of the carbon tax. Almost 2 million Canadians are going to the food bank every single month. Yet, on April 1st, the Liberal NDP government increased the carbon tax by 23%. Will this Prime Minister stop punishing Canadians and farmers and pass Bill 234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think that it's time that the Conservative Party stop trying to mislead Canadians. The price on pollution is an effective mechanism for reducing carbon emissions, and 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back, a fact that was underlined by 200 economists across this country that said it is the most efficient and most effective way to reduce emissions that ensures we address affordability. And in fact, Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe last week said he explored alternatives to carbon price, but he found they were too expensive. Well, my goodness, we've been saying that for years.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Canadians can't afford to live because of the carbon tax. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, rent and mortgages have doubled. The Liberal NDP government is just not worth the cost or the corruption. Will this Prime Minister commit to immediately passing Bill 234 in its original form, cancel the carbon tax, and once again make life affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
This is the fundamental problem with this remade Conservative Party, where policy is based on ideology and ignores all of the facts. 200 economists from across this country underline that the price on pollution enhances affordability for those on modest incomes and addresses climate change in an effective manner. Even Scott Moe and Daniel Smith have said that. And these folks sit on their hands, these climate-denying Conservatives. It is time they listen to people who actually know what they're talking about and abandon their plan to simply let the planet burn.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I was in Trois-Rivières last week, where the housing vacancy rate is 0.4%. Yet a new CMHC report shows that construction will drop drastically over the next year. As a result, CMHC predicts that demand will drive up housing prices, but it doesn't make sense. Does the Prime Minister realize that people will end up in the streets because of his insane policies? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right to raise the issue of costs and affordability of housing, particularly in Quebec. And that's why it's so surprising that the Conservatives are against investment that we're making for affordable housing, including social housing in Quebec. First, they perhaps noticed a few weeks ago, we announced that we will be reaching objectives for affordable housing construction. And secondly, they still haven't apologized, to the best of my knowledge, for the accusations, the insults they made with respect to Quebec members of Parliament, including those locally. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, what we saw over the past week are only photo ops, because current programs that are being announced as new have been in place since 2017. And since then, nothing has almost been done with these programs. So once again, photo ops, they don't work. What we're seeing now is that for 8 years now, there's been out-of-control spending. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to the head of the Bank of Canada and stop his uncontrolled spending that do nothing but drive up interest rates? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague is looking for photo ops, I would ask him to come with me to visit a project in his riding, the Monte Rosso. We haven't seen him for the past few weeks since project was announced. Ms. Marchand was there a few weeks ago, and they seem to have forget in his own riding. Hundreds of housing units were built, rather than the only mere 6 units that his leader built when they were in power. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, if Ottawa wanted to accelerate housing construction in Quebec, they would pay Quebec the housing money. We're ready. We have our own standing programs. We're the only ones in Canada. Simply announcing unconditional transfers would suffice. But no, the Liberals are threatening to deprive Quebec of this funding if it refuses their conditions. And we're announcing a dispute with the federal government until 2025. We have a housing crisis. People want funding, not bickering. Why not just pay Quebec its share without strings so we can do the work now, not in 2025? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague is looking for disputes, we're looking for a solution. Yes, there's a housing accelerator fund. There are discussions underway. We have reached an agreement for several billions to build affordable housing for all provinces. So we're going to continue to make the necessary investment to address future housing in Quebec and across the country. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. It's not just a Quebec question of jurisdiction, because when the government gets involved, it takes longer. It's true. Quebecers want the government to work together, but the federal government is not doing it. The Liberals have said it themselves. They want to squabble until January 2025 to impose their conditions. Who does this help today? Who does it help to know that there'll be no construction starts in 2025 because the federal government is not working as a team? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is talking about squabbles, but they are the undisputed champions of these squabbles. They seem to take inspiration from them. That's their whole lives. It's the raison d'etre to bring these to Ottawa. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, we're investing in housing, unlike the Conservatives, and they are going to vote with the Conservatives, though. We don't want children to go to school hungry, but they're going to vote against that. That's the new Bloc Conservative alliance. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, we are lacking 5.8 million units by 2030, and the Liberals still find time to squabble instead of taking action. If their priority was to accelerate housing, they would give the money to Quebec. Are they trying to accelerate housing or slow their slide in the polls? The new Liberal housing announcements are taking hostage Quebecers who are struggling to find housing with their own money for electoral purposes. In the midst of a housing crisis, is this putting priorities in the right place? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, once again, we are in discussions with the government of the Quebec, but the Bloc is not speaking on behalf of the Quebec government. Actually, they are campaigning against the current government, against the Parti Québécois. And in the meantime, we are reaching agreements with Quebec on housing, on daycare, on regional internet access, on many measures, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because it's good for all Quebecers. And when it's good for Quebecers, it's bad for the Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that the average Canadian family must now spend 63.5% of their total pre-tax household income in order to afford a mortgage for the typical home in Canada. Now, it's even way worse in British Columbia, where that's 106%. Wow. 100% is someone's entire income. Wow. No wonder families are in a financial crisis where they can barely afford to live or feed themselves. And this is after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. Will the Prime Minister actually build the homes, not bureaucracy and photo ops, in his budget?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I take the question with a heavy dose of irony, considering that we've invested $31.5 million through the Housing Accelerator Fund in that member's constituency. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this is a fund that not only she, but every Conservative member of Parliament vows to take apart should they form government. Where they will cut funds for housing, we will make the investment. Where we cut taxes, they will put them back on. We are doing what it takes to make it easier to build homes faster, and we're going to put Canadians to work in the process.
Well, member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a heavy dose of reality is after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government and all of their spending and photo ops, things are worse. And just today, RBC confirmed that Canada's housing crisis is only going to get worse under Liberal policies. They said only 26% of Canadian households can afford a single detached home today. Now, a couple decades ago, that was 49%. The CMHC forecasts in 2025-26 housing starts will even be lower than in 2020-2021. So this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost and the corruption. Will the Prime Minister actually build the homes, not bureaucracy and photo ops, in his budget?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to put forward policies that are going to help solve the national housing crisis. We know that higher interest rate environments have made it difficult to build homes. That's why we are cutting taxes on new home construction, which they oppose. It's why we're putting more money on the table to build new apartments, which they oppose. It's why we put money towards incentivizing changes for cities, which they oppose. And just this past week, their deputy leader held a press conference to proudly declare that they were siding with the NIMBYs when it came to municipal zoning reforms. We need to do everything we can to make it easier to build homes more quickly and more cost effectively. It's a shame the Conservatives oppose at every stage.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of deficit spending, people are no longer able to find affordable housing. There's still more bureaucracy than common sense solutions. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. In Saguenay, in just 24 hours, a landlord received over 200 requests for his apartment. And apartments are becoming increasingly rare and expensive. Mr. Speaker, in his next budget, will this Prime Minister finally build housing and stop adding red tape? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next budget is coming up, and we already know there'll be other measures for housing. And my colleague also needs to know that only 2 months ago, we signed with the Quebec government an agreement for $1.8 billion, and this will provide the largest number of new housing units in the history of Quebec. This is an exceptional event that stems from extraordinary collaboration. Unlike the Conservatives who are just squabbling and insulting people, the provinces and the municipalities in particular, we are working for Quebecers with hundreds of thousands of units for the coming years.
In Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Shah Zeb is a young dad in Toronto. He feels stuck. He can't afford to leave his parents' home, and like many Canadians, is feeling hopeless. 85,000 people in Toronto alone are waiting for social housing, and it's because 30 years of Liberals ignoring the problem while the gut and cut Conservatives lost over 800,000 affordable homes. Are the Liberals going to keep throwing money at rich developers for luxury condos, or will they start to build social and affordable housing Canadians desperately need?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating my friend and colleague on his recent appointment. I look forward to working with him to defend housing for the most vulnerable in the months ahead. With respect, Mr. Speaker, we have put investments on the table that are building affordable housing for low-income families over the past number of years, and we are accelerating that work. The upcoming federal budget is going to include $1.5 billion to help nonprofits acquire social housing so it can be kept affordable forever. We have made in the fall economic statement an additional $1 billion investment to build more affordable housing stock, and we're working with provinces and territories by putting federal money on the table and using federal leadership to help solve the housing crisis, including for the most vulnerable. I'm looking forward to continuing this work alongside my colleague.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Grocery prices in the north are still sky high. In the latest flyer from Northmar in Iqaluit, a jar of pasta sauce is over $10. When I asked the Minister of Northern Affairs about the Broken Nutrition North program, he pointed to internal reviews and studies. Indigenous peoples and Northerners do not need more studies. They need to put food on the table. When will the Liberals stop the delays and fix Nutrition North so people can put groceries on the table?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. We know that affordability is an issue for all Canadian families, and we know that it is even a larger issue across the north. That's why in our time in government, we have doubled our investment in programs like Nutrition North. We've added to programs like the Harvesters Investment Program to allow people to have affordable foods that come from the land. We'll continue to work with the territories and all communities to support them in achieving affordable food and nutritious food for their communities.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, no child should go to school hungry, but we know that for many families that is the reality. For parents of young children, a national school food program would help them feed their children and reduce their food costs. By providing consistent access to nutritious meals, we can set kids up for success. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the progress of building a national food program?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleagues and fellow mums and dads on this side of the House agree that no child should go to school hungry. And that's why we announced just last week a $1 billion investment through Budget 2024 for a national school food program. This program will ensure that children who arrive at school hungry have access to food, ensuring additional 400,000 kids will be able to access this food. We will work with the provinces and territories and Indigenous partners to roll this out. We know that Conservatives have voted against this, but we're doing the hard work.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians cannot achieve their goal of owning a home and continue to struggle amidst this crisis. According to a recent report in the Globe and Mail, Canada needs to complete 320,000 housing units annually from now until 2030 to meet the demand. Canadians have had enough and must see this crisis managed properly. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost nor the corruption. Will the Prime Minister stop basing this budget on bureaucracy and photo ops and actually build the homes?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. You know, I have the opportunity to speak with many mums and dads across this country about the programs that we've been putting in place to support them. I recently spoke to Chris, who lives in Peterborough. She's a Trent University student. She shared the impact of our waiving of the interest on student loans. She shared the impact of being able to access $10 a day childcare, as well as the Canada Child Benefit. These programs have saved her tremendously and helped her and her daughter get ahead.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Very much, but Canadians need a home, and Canada has not built any fewer homes than we did back in the 1970s, where our population was half of what it is today. We need 320,000 units being built before 2030. This requires a record pace of construction, which will already exhaust an already burnt-out workforce. Canadians need solutions. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will this Prime Minister stop making announcements and just get the houses built?
The Honourable Minister of Housing. Stanley.
What helps mums and dads across this country afford a home, Mr. Speaker? Being able to have access to $10 a day childcare and get back into the workforce. We're seeing record numbers of women, of moms, get back into the workforce, giving them the opportunity to contribute to their family finances and be able to afford a safe place to live. Contrast that to the Conservatives' continued fear-mongering. On this side of the House, we're doing the hard work to support families.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of this Liberal government, finding housing in Canada is a nightmare. It's ironic to see the ministers and prime ministers traveling the country boasting how incompetent they've been in terms of housing. And the proof is that the CMHC reminded them last year that average home prices doubled last year, and that is under the Liberals. Will next week's budget finally be used to build homes, or is it going to increase red tape? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, next week's budget is going to contribute to even more housing, but let's think about the numbers. 6,000 and 8,000. The Conservative leader across the country created 6 affordable housing units, but in the past week, we've signed an agreement with Quebec to build 8,000 housing units just for Quebec. So, unfortunately, my Conservative colleagues in Quebec are not supporting the Liberals. So hopefully they'll be able to contact us.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, what the minister needs to know is that when the member of Carleton was a minister, all housing was affordable in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now the Liberals have doubled home prices for all Canadians. Young people would think that they'll never be homeowners. Seniors can no longer pay their rents. They have to stay in substandard housing, Mr. Speaker. 80% of people are going to have to renew their mortgages, but they're worried they won't be able to make their payments. Mr. Speaker, once again, will the Liberals finally use common sense next week by announcing that they're going to build housing and not just create more red tape? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right. All affordable housing built by all 6 units of affordable housing were affordable. But we're going to build hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units under the agreements we've signed. Just in Quebec, we're talking about 8,000 social housing units that are planned for next month. That's a historic agreement. And we signed it with the Quebec government. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. While the federal government encroaches on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, it should look at its own areas of jurisdiction. The Prime Minister has finally admitted that immigration levels have exceeded our integration capacity. But who's the irresponsible person who increased permanent immigration without thinking of houses, schools, or health care? Who is this reckless individual who called people xenophobic when we talked about integration capacity? Mr. Speaker, if only we knew who this person was, could be even the same person who's racking up debt. Does the Prime Minister know the name of this irresponsible individual?
L'Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister. What the member across the way doesn't want to recognize is that we have an excellent relationship with the Quebec government. I visited with the minister to see where we can work together. We agreed that we want to partner to ensure that temporary people here who have the services they need. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Since the Prime Minister is responsible for the largest population increase since 1957, many people are blaming him for the housing crisis. Sure, he lit the fire, but is he trying to put it out? Did he lower immigration targets? No. Did he lighten Quebec's loads in terms of asylum seekers by sending them elsewhere? No. Has he reduced temporary immigration? No. He wants to hike it to 2 million. That is the highest level since last year, but the highest in history. Now that he sees that there's an integration capacity problem, is he going to fix it? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. The Bloc Québécois should watch the news because we said that we were going to reduce the level of immigration from 7% to 5%. So where do they think that we should cut then? And they should need to be specific because they all have temporary workers in their ridings. So they need to be clear on what they want.
Presenter.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are clear on the two most important economic issues we face: inflation and high interest rates. And they understand that government deficits cause inflation. Runaway deficits cause runaway inflation. This year's deficit is expected to be $47 billion, $7 billion higher than forecast. To say this is a runaway is an understatement. The Bank of Canada, the governor, has been clear. Deficits are the main factor keeping interest rates high. Will the Prime Minister cap his runaway spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation?
Hear, hear. Hear.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that a responsible government addresses issues around affordability. It addresses issues around environmental sustainability. It invests in growing a clean economy, and it has a sound fiscal management strategy. We are doing all of those things. On the other side of this House, we have a Conservative Party of Canada who simply wants to cut and to cut and to cut. They will cut affordable childcare. They will cut dental care. They will cut the National School Food Program. They will cut the entire climate program. They will actually cut investments in growing a clean economy for the future. My goodness, it's such an irresponsible position that these folks are taking.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government is just throwing taxpayer money at a wall without any thought about execution, and it's making matters worse for Canadians. It's a whack-a-mole approach to economic policy. Obviously, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians can't afford this Prime Minister, his excess spending, nor his corruption. Scotiabank says that rate cuts could be delayed by high government spending. Wow. Next week, the Minister of Finance will table her budget. It is time for the deficits to stop. Will the Minister commit to a dollar-for-dollar reduction in order to bring inflation and interest rates under control?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always be there to support Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians, while maintaining a prudent fiscal position, including a AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker, and the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. We've been there for seniors with increases in the GIS and the OAS. We are there for school children with a national school food program. We are there for millennials and Gen Z with affordable housing and rental accommodation. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know how to do prudence as well as providing for the most vulnerable in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
You know what's keeping interest rates so high, Mr. Speaker? Liberal deficit spending. That's what. Yes. Now we can add Scotiabank to the long list of economists saying after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Record high deficits are keeping housing, food, and fuel at record high prices. Will the Prime Minister fix the budget and adopt our common sense Conservative policy by bringing in a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down inflation and interest rates?
The Honourable Minister of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite, that we actually know the role of the Independent Bank of Canada, which is to set monetary policy. While we are prudently managing taxpayer dollars, we will continue to invest in Canadians. Because of our policies, 86% of women between the ages of 25 and 45 are in the workforce. That's the Canada Child Benefit, and that's $10 a day childcare. Every single time the party opposite has an opportunity to support Canadians, they vote against, Mr. Speaker. That's not common sense at all.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians in my community of Richmond and across Canada are struggling to find housing that fits their budget. We're scaling up our efforts to build more homes and build them faster at prices Canadians can afford. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, our federal government is investing over $35 million in the city of Richmond to fast-track the construction of 1,000 homes over the next 3 years and 3,100 homes over the next decade. Can the minister share with my community of Richmond and communities across British Columbia on how our government is supporting housing in Budget 2024?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my honourable colleague for his advocacy for his community that's going to help get thousands of homes built in Richmond over the course of the next number of years. In the upcoming federal budget, we're going to continue to put measures on the table that help accelerate the pace of home building. This includes low-cost financing to add tens of thousands of new rental units. This includes additional support to help nonprofits acquire housing that they will keep affordable forever. It includes no investments in affordable housing and new strategies to build homes more quickly by incentivizing home building in factories. With members like this advocating for their community, we can put a plan on the table that will solve the national housing crisis.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Durham Region is home to many millennials who dream of owning a house one day. For 8 years, this Prime Minister has been promising affordable housing, and yet things are only getting worse. Millennials know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Liberal NDP government continues to announce expensive photo ops in the lead-up to the federal budget. But we know, as millennials, that we deserve better.
That's right.
How can we ever believe any of these broken promises from the Liberal NDP government again?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by offering my sincere congratulations to our newest colleague in the House of Commons. It's wonderful to have you here. What he may not realize, Mr. Speaker, being new to the House, is that his leader is actively campaigning on commitments to build fewer homes than we are already projected to build. He may not realize that the Conservative leader has promised to raise taxes on home building. He may not realize the Conservative leader has pledged to cut funding for home building, and he may not realize that his party held a press conference last week to say that they don't want to do anything on municipal reforms and have decided to side with the NIMBYs. Mr. Speaker, over his time here, I hope he comes to see the light and gets with a plan that will build more homes.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister's radical safe supply agenda, we see lives being put at risk. After this NDP Liberal government decriminalized hard drugs, nurses now in northern British Columbia are being told to allow patients to use hard drugs in their rooms and have weapons in their hospital rooms. This, Mr. Speaker, is unfair and unsafe for workers and patients. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister wake up and realize that his radical drug policy just isn't worth the cost?
Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, every healthcare worker in this country deserves to be safe in their place of work. That's why this government passed legislation exactly for that reason. I too am concerned about the reports and expect the BC government to take the necessary actions to address the concerns raised by healthcare providers. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're saving lives. On that side of the House, they're busy with slogans and stigma.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, 300% more government-issued opioids are being seized by police in British Columbia. More drugs on the street mean the street prices for opioids are falling across this country, and that's what we're seeing. This delusional NDP Liberal government wants you to think that giving out free drugs to our most vulnerable is a cure. But Canadians know this is nonsense. When will this narcissistic Prime Minister, who is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption, end this cruel and disastrous...
Honourable members to be judicious in their. I will let the honourable member maybe rephrase that. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? What I would like to say here is, given the fact that I practiced as a physician a long time, that's the diagnosis, Mr. Speaker.
Listen, maybe we'll have a quick chat after question period. The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives want to sow fear and stigma, on this side of the House, we know that we have to stick to the facts. The RCMP says there is no evidence to suggest widespread diversion of drugs from prescribed alternatives is happening. However, prescribed alternatives are not the issue, Mr. Speaker. Any diversion is illegal in this country, whether it's medication for ADHD, pain management, or anything else. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. 70% of the overdose deaths are from an illegal toxic poison supply, and I challenge the member to actually read the data.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, the fishery is the backbone of Canada's coastal communities, and Liberal members of Parliament will always be there to stand up for fishers, their families, and our fishing communities. On February the 8th, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans adopted a motion proposed by Liberal members of Parliament to launch the official 5-year review of the Fishery Act. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans explain the significance of the Fisheries Act review for coastal communities to this House?
Good question.
L'Honorable Ministre Pêche.
The Honourable Minister.
To congratulate the Liberal members of the Standing Committees of Fisheries and Ocean for moving forward with this important review. Coastal communities know that the Fisheries Act does more than just regulate fishing, but is also a key law that impacts local economies, ecological protections, and reconciliation. This review is just the first step toward a Fisheries Act that work better for communities on all coasts. I look forward to seeing the committee's recommendation at the end of this study.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Promised to ban the AR-15. That's the weapon that was used to murder 20 60-year-old children at Sandy Hook. And yet on Thursday, the Conservative leader was tweeting that the government wasn't going after the AR-15, but hunting rifles. So little wonder he gets endorsed by Alex Jones, who's notorious for taunting families of children murdered by the AR-15. So will the minister confirm, is the government going after hunting rifles or the AR-15, or is this the Conservative leader being the, quote, real deal of disinformation for the likes of Alex Jones?
The Honourable Minister of Public Service, or Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question and salute his long service in this House on behalf of the people of Northern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I share
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I've never had that much applause, Mr. Speaker, in the House before. Mr. Speaker, I share our colleagues' concern about the Conservative policy with respect to gun control. We have said from the beginning, law-abiding hunters and sports persons are not the subject of these regulations. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is taking away guns that were designed to kill people on the battlefield, and we're also prepared to compensate the people that bought those guns lawfully. It's something the Conservative Party will undo, and we're committed to keeping Canadians safe.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since I've been a member here, every February we receive the list of projects that were accepted or refused under New Horizons, a program that improves the lives of seniors. Unfortunately, this year, for a reason we weren't told, we haven't had access to this information, so we can't help our local organizations. I've sent 3 emails, made 5 phone calls, and even sent a fax to the Office of the Minister of Labour and seniors, but I didn't even receive an acknowledgement of receipt. Mr. Speaker, it's very discouraging. In order to do our work properly, we would like the Minister to explain why we're not getting this information, and will the situation be rectified? Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question, and even a fax. So I've got no excuse there. I will dig in deeper and get the answers that the member is looking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great idea. And that's all the time we have for question period today. Following discussions amongst.
All right, everybody, enjoy the eclipse. We'll see you later. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.